Okay. Hello, everyone. I think we're coming through. I will double check on that aspect. Okay. All right. Yeah, we are. So Teamstar is with us again. This is day 3 for exploring PS4 kernel bugs. Um, I'm not sure why we have so many CS:GO team memes in the chat. We got MIBR and Godsent and Team Liquid. Feel like we're at a major or something. um, Welcome in, everybody. Before we get started, I do want to shout out Z did this blog post on the Day Zero blog, and it's about where to get started with exploit development. So it's basically like a resource listing and an explanation of like why those resources are there and why they're in the order that they are, and the concepts and stuff that you have to grasp in order to get into exploitation. So it's a really nice blog post that he's been working on for the last little bit, and he published it today. So go and check that out if that sounds interesting to you. I'll put the link in chat. Really, actually, was it in there already? I don't remember. Whatever, it doesn't matter if I put it twice, right? So yeah, that's in chat for anybody who wants to check that out. All right, so we'll get back to exploitation stuff. So Teamstar, we were talking a little bit before the stream, but I think I'll talk about it again on stream just to in case people haven't seen your Twitter. But you got the Linux stuff working pretty well, it sounds like.
Yeah, I mean, like the most of the things was like already working, like GPU and stuff that already worked. I fixed up the boot things properly, and like the initramfs and everything. So you can basically now build the initramfs from within the system and also the kernel. And I noticed that the kernel that was on the Git, it was missing so many features. Like, for example, I couldn't mount Samba shares, I couldn't use VPN, and I couldn't even use USB audio because those features were simply disabled. So I had to like re-enable all of them, then like recompile. But other than that, like works super good.
Yeah, that's nice. What was your FPS like on Minecraft? Did you post about that, or I can't remember?
So while playing, it was usually like between 25 and 50.
Okay.
So it's not that great, but like while playing and not looking at the FPS, I could like play just fine. Didn't notice any issues. That being said, I did play like multiplayer with the server being hosted somewhere else.
Oh, okay. Thank you for the stay hydrated memes in chat. I will stay hydrated. No worries. We got it covered. I got a few bottles of water here, so we're all good. All right. So we'll get back to VS Code. Um, Let me just
By the
reset
way,
this because.
where's the beep counter?
So Z and I did a few UI tweaks on the stream, or scene tweaks, I guess. We have a nice little social bar at the bottom now. The other thing is the beep counter is now on the bottom right of the social bar, and it'll only stay up for like a minute or something after it's incremented, just to try to take like a bit more of the um, roughed off the screen, I guess, because it felt like there was a lot of noise on the screen at times. So yeah, I we just did a little bit of work to try to clean it up a bit. All right,
Next
so
time you should like implement the sheep overlay
yeah, I
for when
saw
you.
that. Um, yeah, I'll talk to Z about that because that seems like something that could be a fun meme. Maybe even every so many beeps, like every 5 or something. That could be something. Notice me,
Or
Spec
like when
Pie.
you.
I noticed you, Red Zooey. I don't know how do you say your name? Radziu. I'm gonna say Radziu. I think that's the one. Sorry, what was that? Teamster?
I don't remember.
Oh, all good. Z saw the sheep one too. Okay. Those beeps are really
You should
annoying.
you,
I think they're
you
too.
should.
What's that?
I'm sorry.
No worries.
You should forward Z the video I sent you because I spent like 10 minutes trying to cut that video with the FFmpeg.
Are the beeps still too loud? Because I turned them down. I put them down like 15 decibels. So I thought they would be fine. But Yeah, Z, let me know if they need to be turned down even more, because I do have them pretty low already. I don't want to, like, mute them entirely. All right. So we were cleaning up the stream scenes, but I also decided to clean up the code a little bit for the exploit. I put some comments in there and removed some of the old crap that we had in there that wasn't doing anything. Um, and I did want to kind of revisit how we were doing the overlap. So I have that code backed up, but I removed it because I have a like new idea of how I want to approach it. I'll
All
run it
right,
by
how's
you
it
to
gonna
see.
be?
So before, what we were doing was we were doing like so we were triggering the double free, we were spraying a bunch, and then we read and then tried to overlap when after reading. What I want to try doing is just spraying the packet and the overlap packet at the same time, and then reading them all out to see if we can trigger an overlap that way. I think it might be more stable to try it
I
that way.
think that's actually problematic because if you're trying to overlap, so basically, you have like two times the same buffer in the free list. And if you're spraying both of it at the same time, you're essentially blindly hoping that one of them gets overlapped with that one and the other with the other one. And then the order also, I mean, does the order depend? It maybe not.
I think
So,
so. The reason I think it might work better is the way we did it before. If we didn't catch the double free the way we were doing it, we panicked, right? If something got in between when we sprayed, we were screwed. Where I'm thinking with this method is that either we overlap and we get a successful exploit, or we overlap improperly and it doesn't matter. Like we probably won't crash the same way. I don't know. That's just kind of what I was thinking about. I kind of want to like write it out and just see what happens to see if it's even like a viable strategy even. Um,
I mean, you can like try, but like I see so many issues with that strategy. Because so the idea is if you just spray controlled data, then you can reliably detect the overlap and then reallocate one of them. While with the other method, what happens if you spray two times the non-controlled packet, for example? That would be like completely useless and would trigger a panic.
you wouldn't though. You would spray the target packet to overlap and then the overlap packet, and because it's a TCP socket, the ordering is going to be kept intact. So you're always going to be overlapping, like with double free. The first packet ideally would take the free, and then the second packet would take it. In the fail case, if the second packet gets freed and then the third packet takes it, that should be fine because you're just
Well,
overwriting the data that gets read out. You're not overwriting a critical pointer.
well, you're assuming that there's no allocations happening in between, right?
Which
So
there
you
probably won't be, honestly, if you're just sitting idle in the browser. Thank you for the tier 1 sub, by the way. Bad Cam for gifting in Celeste. Welcome in. Um, but yeah, sorry. I think,
yeah,
like,
what if you just like some background process does a request to Sony that will already do an allocation, so it doesn't even have to be the browser. I really doubt. I really don't think that's a good idea.
I remember from past exploits that uh, we were worried about that kind of noise too, because I think BPF had a similar like concern, and it's kind of amazing how little the system's actually doing when you're in the browser. Like I was able to hit UAFs and have no interference in between them. Like I was able to hit them right away because there was no allocations in between. So I kind of
All
want
right,
to just
other.
try it, I guess.
I mean, sure. It's just go. Do we have the code ready?
I can write it up real fast. Actually, I'm gonna write up a helper function too because the way we were doing it last stream was a little bit annoying, just like having to change everything. So I'm gonna write a p.send packet function, um, and write a function to send packets because it'll be a little bit cleaner, I think.
So what I'm wondering is what's like the disadvantage of our previous method? Like what make you
Well,
like
on the
want to
previous
try a different
exploit,
approach?
on the previous method, it was so unstable we couldn't even trigger the overlap between the
Oh,
objects we wanted.
we could totally trigger the overlap. What we couldn't trigger is an allocation of the useful packet.
That's what I mean. We could overlap with useless packets. We couldn't overlap with useful ones. Sorry, I just dropped something.
No.
But I feel like this way will be easier to make that work. Because the last way was like really like it seemed like really lucky when we got it to work. Like there was one point where I rebooted like 5 times and I got it to work once. So yeah, that's why I'm kind of thinking of just trying instead of other strategy, and then if it doesn't work out, we can go back, I guess.
I mean, we can definitely try, but still, I think that's not our issue.
Remember to drink some water. Stark, is that the real Stark? I hope it is. I haven't talked to Stark in a little while. Welcome in, Stark.
Who's Stark?
Oh,
Is
that's
like
definitely
Tony?
him. He's done some like Vita stuff and some 3DS stuff. I think I think you full chained Vita, right, Stark? But I think it was a while ago. I think it was like 1 or 2 years ago. But yeah, he does some really cool stuff.
Let me see. Stark Dev on Twitter. Oh, a bunch of people who I follow him.
I'm just a random guy. Nothing interesting from me. I'm out to do work job. Bye. All right. Well, thank you for the luck, Star. I'll try to put it to good use. All right. So, let's do a test rv p.syscall. We will call syssend2, and we will take a spray socket packet data cache. Size, which we will pass in through here. Data size. Okay, so here we have packet data cache, size, and then 0, 0, 0, which we probably don't need anyway, but that's all good. And then we'll do a debug log of test.rv1. I don't know why I have the 1 there. Okay. So that's a little helper function. It'll make it a little bit better when creating packets. Can you turn up the font size? Yeah, I thought I did actually turn it up before, but I guess I didn't. So let me just zoom it in a little bit. I think that should be good. That works better, right? Because that should increase everything, yeah. So. All right.
I was wondering why I had trouble reading it, and I thought it's just like my eyes going bad.
Yeah, I zoomed it in before when I was testing stuff for the stream, but I guess when I closed and reopened VS Code, it undid it. So, but that's all good. Should be good now. So what I want to do here to test this is, so we've triggered the double free right here, and then let's say for 40 times, or hex 40 times rather, we're going to send a packet of, let's say 404040 plus I, and then we're going to send another packet of 4 ones. So ideally, what I'm hoping to trigger with this is when we read it back out, like in normal case, this will like read out as it's sequentially printed, right? It'll do the 404040 index and then the 4 ones.
Wait, let me see. What exactly are you doing? So you're doing you trigger the bug and then you're sending packets.
Yeah. And ideally what I want to happen is I want this packet to overlap with this packet, or to overwrite it. So how I'm going to check that is I'm going to do a read as well.
Wait.
So we'll do, I should do a p.resv packet too, actually. Let's do that. So we'll receive a size. We don't need to write it into the packet data cache. We use read, right? So yeah, we will read into. Let's do two different caches just so we don't smash the cache of each other when we do it. So we'll go into packet sv data cache, and we'll do size. Okay, and then we'll return whatever gets written into packet sv data cache. There we go.
Why do you have send packet take in data keyword and the size, but you never pass the size?
I passed the size.
Where?
In the syscall, the send to syscall.
Yeah, but you don't pass it to the function in like 718.
Oh, fair point, actually. Sorry about that. Good point. I probably would have got that exception if I ran it, so good catch. So we'll do data equals p.resv packet, and we will receive 4 bytes.
Why do you even have that as a parameter? Why don't you like have that inside the function itself if you
Just
I
in case
mean,
I want to change it later to like between 0 and 8. I don't think I will, but I figured like I'd just put it in there because it's easy enough.
I see. Fair enough.
Uh,
So debug log prints to UART?
yeah, it is. I did keep it printing to UART, yeah. Which I now have soldered up and fixed because it broke my PS4 last week. um, it looks like we potentially have Slearsgovy in chat. I'm not sure if that's actually him or not, though. Hard to verify on Twitch. So let's print out what these are. So we'll do a debug log, packet 1, data 1.toString, packet 2, and then we'll do like a little line to make it easier to read, I think. Something like that. Okay, so let's think about this real quick. We have a send packet, another send packet to overlap with that one, and then we receive both of them, and we're hoping both of them are 4 ones, ideally. So let's give this a shot. So I've got to change over to
In Soviet Russia, UART blocks you. Good one.
So I know UART is a little bit small to read. I will copy the data into Sublime
Can you
Text.
not like just press Control and plus to increase the
on
font
PuTTY,
size?
I'm not sure if that works. Let me see. No, it doesn't work.
But PuTTY has font settings, like if you somewhere like there.
Change settings. It's got to be in window, right? Change the size
appearance
of the...
maybe.
No.
Yeah, appearance on the window.
Yeah, there we go. So let's make it like 14 maybe. Yeah, that's a bit better. There we go. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I'll just leave it in there possibly. We'll see. Because sometimes PS4 prints stuff in there and it makes it annoying when we're trying to read it, but if that happens, we'll just switch over to Sublime. Okay, so we're getting the output in UART, which is good. Oh, we can't find variable packet data cache. Oh, right, because I changed that to send data cache when I added the receive. So, data cache. Yeah, okay, good. I got rid of all of them. Okay. run that again. Oh shit. Okay.
Panic.
So, yeah, because I had the double free still ran. Because the exception happened after the double free. I'm gonna quickly comment out the exploit code actually, just to see what normal behavior is, to like, as like a sanity check, I guess. So I'm not gonna trigger the double free. I'm just gonna see what happens. Normally, like I said earlier, normally you should just print these two in succession.
I'm still unsure, like, regardless of what we see, whether it will tell us what we want to know.
What's that, sorry?
Yeah, I'm like still not convinced, like, regardless of what we see, whether we can use that info to like confirm or like deny our hypothesis.
I have a pretty like, I think I have a good idea of um how this could work out. I think it will ultimately be easier. Yeah, we got some beeps going off. You can see in the bottom right corner there's a little beep counter.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it's a little bit less obnoxious now. It's not covering like 20% of the screen or whatever. That's an
Oh, if
exaggeration,
it's the real Slayer's go, how do you pronounce that? Can you say that
but
again?
I am actually not sure how you pronounce his name. I think it's Slear's Gobi. That's
Slayer's
how I say it.
Govi.
Yeah.
If you're the real one, could you merge my pull request on like the PS4 Linux thing?
What change
Let
did you
me
make
see.
there?
So the order of the kernel boot arc matters. Like with the console, what I told you before.
Oh, right. Okay.
Let me see. Can I ping him? Slayers, can you please pull?
All right. Let's switch over. See if we have video. I think we should by now. Yep, we do.
So I have his exploit open and I need to figure out what best is to construct, like how to spray a useful packet, because I'm not entirely sure yet.
Okay. So standard behavior, without double free. So notice, let me just cut this out because this is annoying. Gets in the way of what we're trying to look at. So you can kind of see like 4041, 4141, 43, or I think 42 got cut out because of the system being dumb. But yeah, like you always have the index, like the 4040 index, and then the 41s afterwards. There's no case where packet 1 and packet 2 in the same grouping are 41s. What I'm aiming to do with the double free is make it so both packets are 41s. That's what I'm using to check my theory here of how this will work. So I'll uncomment the double free, and we'll trigger it again. And I'll clear scrollbacks so I don't get confused when I copy it in. Okay, so copy all to clipboard. Let's see. So do we have any that are both 41s? Yep, right here. So what happened in this case, bring up a notepad just so I can put emphasis on it, I guess. What happened in this case is packet 2 smashed packet 1 so that packet 2's data overlapped with packet 1. Now, in this case, it's just cool. It doesn't really give you anything. But if we switch out packet 1 um, for a fragmented packet, we can potentially smash the extended header with packet 2, and that's the aim of what we're trying to do. So this exploit strategy, I think, works out, because you can see, like, it happened almost immediately. It was within like 2 packets that we got the 4-1 overlap. So I think this could be a stable strat, I think. And I think it's simpler to manage, you know?
I mean, we can like keep it that way at first. I'm just used to having like to do super complex heap feng shui for shit to work reliably, so I'm not really used to PS4 being easy mode.
Part
Maybe
of
that's
why
why.
part of why
Huh?
PS4 is easy mode is because the CPU is garbage. So you're running at 1.6 gigahertz for the CPU. So it's really hard to like lose races, for example, because the
I
windows are so large.
huh.
It's
Yeah,
one thing that's
I'm
kind
not
of cool about
sure
PS4.
that's how it works, but let's just leave it that way. Anyways, we need to figure out how to construct a useful packet, and now we should make the first packet like exactly the same, and the second one spray useful packet, and then see if we can leak data, because that should be like safe to try.
Um. Oh, I see. So using the second packet as a leak primitive so that you leak through the.
Yeah,
Okay, I
just so
see.
we know we like the overlap properly works.
Okay. Um, I will say try to keep chat English, guys. We don't really. I've been seeing some of the spam that's been happening on Twitch lately on other channels, and it seems like it's intentionally done to like annoy people in the chat. So try to keep chat English, please. All right. So let's go over to Visual Studio, and we'll swap out a packet. So we'll swap out the first one, and here we want to construct a useful packet. So
Wait, the first one.
sorry, the second one. That's right. I was thinking of doing the first one.
Yeah,
You
also
mentioned the
you're
second
in the
one.
wrong function. You want to do the send one.
Yeah, I do. Let me comment the code here a little bit, just so that I don't get them
It
confused so
literally
easily.
says send packet, dude.
Yeah, well, you know what? That'll make it more clear. It's in different colors, okay? So that's what matters.
Okay.
Okay. So we can't use a TCP packet here. We have to use a fragmentable packet. Um, so we do have the split packet function. Should we just use that, I guess?
I'm not entirely sure that's how it works. So Slayer's Govy uses a UDP packet that he manually builds, um, and then sends to the raw socket, basically. Oh, maybe that's what I should try, actually.
Okay, so
So our next step is to figure out how to send a useful packet.
um yeah, okay. Do you have the Slurgscovy POC like link handy on you? Because I've lost it.
Yes, takes forever to find.
Okay. So
Mm,
is this the function you were talking about? Does that
Not
looks
exactly. So inline, I'm not entirely sure where he constructs the fragment, to be honest.
yeah, his code is like super hard to follow. Because
I
there's
mean, so basically, let's go through. I think we also went through that in the previous stream, but let's recap. So first, let's start in line, let's, I don't know, 283 down to 286. He set some CPU stuff to increase reliability. Then he does like huge spray. He opens a lot of sockets, basically, so he can send all packets to a bunch of different sockets. So he doesn't have to receive them in order, but can also receive them out of order. So basically, that allows him to arbitrarily punch holes in the heap. So then, line 299, build header, and the other build header thingy, he sends the, and then the following two lines, 301 and 2, he sends the two fragmented packets which trigger the bug, then a quick sleep, then more CPU stuff, and then like 309 for all push mbuff. Then he sprays a bunch of packets to all the sockets. Like each socket gets one packet, if I understand correct. And then I'm not entirely sure with his delayed packet, but then essentially in line 313 and 14, he
he
still
does a
sends
spray.
packets.
Yeah.
Yeah, he still sends packets, and then 316 down to 325, he peaks in all the heap allocations, like he reads them without freeing them. This is what we couldn't do. But he essentially looks through all of them and figures out which ones overlap. So he gets like two indices for let's say handles, basically, to the two buffers which overlap. And then 326, this is where he builds the useful packet, which you can see in line 327 is supposed to be a UDP packet, if I understand correctly. And he makes sure to send it to the correct port, like to one of these sockets.
So
He
I
figures out what
I thought
port
those
that thing is
sockets
listening
were
on.
I thought those sockets were TCP sockets.
I'm pretty
No, they're
sure those.
UDP. Okay.
Yeah, they're UDP. And then he manually figures out, because he binds on all of these sockets, so he figures out like the socket that the overlap is, on what port it is bound. So he can send to that exact port, so he can later receive on that socket. He builds that packet. He send fragment. So I think maybe sending a fragmented packet. This is where I'm not entirely sure. Then for some reason he frees both.
See, this is what I mean. Like, there's a lot of steps in here that we don't really know why he does them.
Oh, actually, it makes sense. So basically, he sends the packet,
Mm-hmm.
or like a part of it, then he frees both. So we have again both overlapping buffers at the top of your free list. Then he deallocates all the other buffers, and then he does a large spray.
Why does he need so many sockets, though? Why does he need, like, however many sockets he creates here? Like, I don't understand that part. I don't know why you need, like, why
So
do you need hex
basically,
2800 sockets? That's a lot of sockets. That seems way too large.
so basically, the reason is he said, so the difference in what he does versus what we do is he has hex whatever 8,000 sockets, and he sets a single packet to each of them,
Why,
while we
though?
send all our packets to one socket. So the advantage of sending one packet to one socket is you can, like, if you imagine the heap and then all the allocations, you can arbitrarily free any of them by receiving on the corresponding socket. While if you send all the packets to one socket, you have to read them in order. So you also have to free them in order. And in order to like just free very specific one, this is why he uses so many sockets.
Sure, but I mean, when you're going for a double free, you want back-to-back allocations anyway.
Well, I mean,
Thank
it
you
gives
for
you
the
more
rate of 91 RG74, by the way. Thank you. That's awesome, dude.
it gives you more control over the primitives you have.
I don't really see how though, because with double free you're getting your primitive through the back-to-back overlap. Why do you need a hole? It doesn't really make any sense. Like, you're not trying to get allocations in between the double free. You want your double free to be back to back, because it's not like the PS4 has freeless hardening. So I don't really see the purpose of leaving holes. It just seems like unnecessary work to me.
I mean, again, I personally am used to have like really complex heaps, and this is to increase the exploit reliability a lot. Um, I mean, sure, if you have like a really easy system, you may not need that, but if you using like if you're trying to get the heap from a very probabilistic state or like very noisy heap, you can use these methods to still have a good reliability.
Yeah, I feel like keep in mind here, he's using C. We're gonna have to do this in JavaScript chains.
We
This
don't
is
need
not
like
going to.
all of that. We don't need all of we. So basically, the only important part we need is to figure out how he sends the useful packet that he later overrides, because this is the part I am not entirely understands, and this is the important part that we need here. This is the next step to do anyways.
Sending the useful packet to overlap.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
And where he does that, you said was 326 and 327, yeah?
I
The delayed
think,
packet.
yeah, I'm not entirely sure about that. It might be 312 and 333.
Um, yeah, because this is what is this? Like, I'm wondering what the purpose of the hex 4.1s is here. If that's just something he used for debugging, probably, because I don't see him use that anywhere else. And obviously, like, this is as far as I know, this goes to. Does this go to code execution or does this go to?
Yeah, it does. It goes to kernel payload.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. I was wondering if he made it crash to hex 4.1s or if he took it to like an actual full payload, because I don't see the
No,
payload.
it is like the function above main.
Oh shit, yeah, okay. Where does he invoke this? That's in the fake M buff. Okay. So here's one thing I also don't understand about his POC is that the fake M buff is in user space, right? So how is he?
No, no, it's not.
What do you mean it's not?
It's not in user space thing. Or is it?
It's using mmap. It has to be in user space.
Uh, wait, what?
Yeah, the fake M buff is in user space, which means he's corrupting something that points to the M buff. Because otherwise, that wouldn't gain you anything. Let me see.
Oh, no, I don't think it is, because see the lines in 382 down to 378, the set sock opt.
Yep.
This is how he actually sprays the data into kernel space.
Is this how he sprays, or is this where he gets the
Yes.
corruption? Is this a useful
No.
packet in his case?
Now this is the spray. At that point, he already overrides the useful packet in kernel memory.
I don't see how this can be used as a spray for mbuffs. Because unless this data gets copied into an mbuff somewhere down the
I'm pretty
line,
sure it does. I think we've seen that.
I'm actually not sure if it does, because it copies into opbuff storage, which is a stack buffer, and then it passes that to PCB opt. Wait, is that P? Oh, this is PCB ops. Sorry, maybe that's why. Let's go over here. It takes the buffer and it. Yeah, this is a malloc. Unless his packet option null. Does that get set to null here?
I'm pretty sure this is the spray.
I don't
Like
think it is.
I'm pretty confident this is the spray.
Where's RTHDR? No, that was desktops. Right here. So it takes the length. I don't think this is a spray because this is malloc. This is not mbuffed. You can see it right here. It's malloc. So
why else would he set socked up buffers?
I don't know, but I don't think this is I don't think this is the spray for overlapping.
I'm like super sure.
I think what he does, I think he eventually gets corruption on an RTHDR in IPv6. And I think this is related to that. I don't think this is part of getting the initial corruption, because look at how far down it is too. Like, I think there's steps in between here that are not being considered.
Like what, for example?
I'm not sure how he gets there, but I think he's eventually corrupting a packet option. But I'm not like 100% set in stone on that. It just what makes sense to me reading it right now. Like, he's using. Yeah, I think he's getting a fake mbuff in order to corrupt an RTHDR. I don't know why he went that route, if that's what he did. But I think this is like a post-exploit strategy, if that makes sense. So, yeah, we have that POC. That's the POC I'm reading right now. There's something special coming to 6.72 though. Something special. Teasing. Are we? Control F for spray. Line 309 has something. I mean, he uses spray in a few different contexts here. He uses spray for spraying sockets. He uses spray for spraying in the sockets. He uses spray, like, it's kind of used interchangeably, so spray doesn't really mean anything. Because there's like 4 different kinds. That's what's kind of throwing us off, I think, is the code is difficult to follow because of how it's labeled. And there's like something with this exploit strategy too, is he does something that we can't do, which is he peaks the mbuffs. And the reason we can't do that is because we can't use the recipe from syscall for whatever reason on the PS4. It doesn't work. It blocks infinitely. So
I think I'm gonna download that thing, and I need to do some comments.
okay.
That
Yeah, I mean, feel free. Like, I can try to get some stuff going while, if you want to try to break down the POC a little bit, and see what we can pull out of it. Um, so I remember what we were trying before to send a packet to overlap was I think we just sent a really large packet, right? We sent like a, let me try to find it here. So this was the 4.1 override. Test data. This was. I thought this had our overlap test, but I guess it didn't. Was it maybe BK4 that had that? So we have the corruption data. Send to packet 1 len. Okay. Let me just look at his POC again, how this send fragment function works. So...
Yeah, maybe something like send fragment is a good thing to have.
Okay, yeah, we can kind of like rip that and change it. I didn't hear you slurp the water yet. I try not to do that because I can imagine how annoying that would be. Needs whiskey on the rocks to find the code in show mode. I'm not a whiskey person, in all honesty. Not really my thing. This code is hard to follow, said every programmer ever, even with their own code sometimes. Yeah, I mean, there were some days where I've written code and then the next day, like, I'm like, who wrote this shit?
Dude, I remember one time I was sitting in university, we had like a hacking night. So basically programming and doing stuff. So I looked up some of my jailbreak patch finders code, and like I was trying to figure out what I was doing. I was like, ah shit, I don't remember what I wrote there. And there was a dude sitting next to me looking over my shoulders at the code, and he was like, wait, you wrote that? I thought that came straight out of a disassembler.
That's brutal. God damn. Sometimes it happens. All right. So I'm going to replicate the send fragmented packet function.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah. So we have a hop by hop header, which is the same, a fragment header, and then I don't think he sends a destination packet. I have the code on another screen. I think he maybe let me just. Here's the hop by hop. Here's the fragment header. Fragment goes to hex C, which is 4 bytes, right? 9 ABC, yeah. 10, 11. And then this is the payload, I think, right? 12 to 15. I don't think that's the... Like, that's not a destination header. That doesn't make sense for a destination header, so... And then this is... Okay, so I think how he does it is he sends data for the first 4 bytes, and then wherever he splits the packet is where he sends the rest of the data that he passes through source. So the fragmentable packet all gets sent as one packet. And I think that makes sense. Right? Because this is the
I have a
padding.
hard time to follow. Or are you just talking to the stream?
To be honest, I'm talking to everyone. I'm talking to myself, trying to like piece it
Okay.
together. Talking to you, talking to the stream. Um, because these fields should match up with offset LG and identifier. I'm not sure why he sets the identifier with a modulus op. I guess that's just his like method of making it unique.
Oh, this is just to set it in 2 bytes.
What's that?
Oh, the buff 10 and buff 11.
Yeah.
It's literally to encode a 2-byte value into 2 bytes.
Oh yeah. Okay, I see. Yeah.
In big endian though.
Yeah, because that's the off LG field, which is 2 bytes long, and then the identifier would be um the identifier would have to be this, right? DE, and that's 4 bytes. Right. Okay. Sorry. So this is all the fragment header, and then this is the data. Um, I'm not sure what this line is doing exactly. Just see if I can remember if that rings a bell looking back at previous code I've written.
Oh, it's basically just the SN6. This is... Huh. This is just to send data to a socket.
Right, and this is the loopback address, right? I think that's why he writes the one there.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the one is the loopback address.
Okay.
Not entirely sure what the deal with the port is. May not matter if you're sending an ICMP packet or a raw packet in first place. Is that a raw socket? Then that
Yeah, I
field
think that's a raw
may not.
socket.
Then it may not matter. Wait,
Let me just double
AF
check on that.
Inet 6 is
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, it
Yeah,
sent it to a
that's
raw
fine.
socket.
Yeah, then the port may not matter. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah. What is Spectre's evidence that REST-V syscall cannot be used on PS4? We tried it. I think it was day. I can't remember if it was the first stream or the second stream, but we did try using REST-V from, and it will just. I can't remember if
Not
it
work.
blocks or if it fails, but either way, something goes wrong. That's the bottom line of it. It didn't work properly. Zeko, before you port this to PS4, know that the CPU threads run in different CPU IDs. I don't think that'll really be too relevant here. Ideally, we're not even going to use multi-threads, so yeah, I don't think that'll be an issue.
Is there a video or something where he demonstrates the POC?
I don't believe so. I can
I
do a
think
quick check.
there is. Because I want to see in what like which logs are printed first.
Oh, maybe. Oh yeah, there is a video
Yes, that
actually.
one.
Yeah.
Can you link me that tweet?
Yeah. Or do you just want the link to the video?
Yeah, just link the video. Whatever. Perfect, thanks.
Um, I'll take a look at it too, just to see roughly what it's doing.
I'm wondering what is printed first, the kernel stuff or the pond? Probably the kernel either way. Hello from kernel word pond. Okay, yeah, so this is okay. Trigger the
This is a really long video.
Yeah, only the last few seconds are relevant.
Okay. All right.
Okay, I have on what I to see.
So let's go back to the packet, send fragmented packet primitive I'm writing. So we will do a I do not know what I typed there. Packet fragment data cache. And this is going to be hex 100 in size. I'll do it similar to how he did it in that size regard. I am actually going to move these out because I'm going to reuse them. So let's move that out of the fragment packet scope because they don't need to be there. Okay. So we will first, actually I can copy the hop by hop and packet fragment stuff from the function we wrote earlier too, for the double free, which I will keep just because it already works. I could rewrite that, but I'm not going to right now. So we'll change this to, oh shit, I put that in the wrong spot. So we'll change that to packet fragmented data cache. So the next will be fragment, which I believe checks out. That should be, go to, okay, F12. 44, yep, that matches up. 0, this should be 1, that matches up. This should be 4, that matches up. And then he just sends padding, which is whatever. This should be 8. Yep. Desktops should be 43. Ooh, okay, he used a different thing. He doesn't use desktops. What does he use? Because this is 60, so 43 would be routing. He sends a routing header packet. That's interesting. Okay. So let's copy that over. All right, so we will use a routing packet too. We might change that. I don't know. We'll start out with that. So that will be this one. We'll change that to routing. Reserved will stay reserved. And then this is just the, this we do not want more frag. This is going to be the middle of the packet. So why does he divide that by 256? Do you know?
Because it's a byte.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah. That's right. That makes sense. So we'll do the, yeah, this will just be an offset for us because the right will handle the endianness. We don't need to do that trick.
Oh, you need to put a big endian though. So this is important actually. Because it's network byte order.
Oh, yeah, very true.
Just do it the way he does it.
Yeah, it'll make it easier. So we'll pass it split offset. So this will be split offset divided by, I'll do hex FF because it's clearer to me. And then this will be, does JavaScript support
Dude,
this?
that's not how it works. It's not hex FF, it's hex 100.
What? 256 is, what?
Hex 100. Are you high?
Yeah, I am high. Sorry. You're right. I was doing 255. Okay, so off LG, that works, right? Assuming JavaScript supports modulus, which I think it does, but I don't
Pretty
think I've
sure
ever used it.
does.
Yeah, okay, it does support it. Nice. All right. Yeah, I do not know why I thought hexf. Okay. So the ident is, we'll pass an identifier, I guess. So ID split offset, and then we just need the data, I think. So we can, yeah, we'll pass data, and then we'll do a data size. So e dot write data size. We'll do it in 4-byte increments. Actually, we can do it in 1-byte increments. Whatever. We'll do packet fragmented data cache, and this will be written at. Let me just see where we're at in the packet. So this is at hex C. I believe, yeah, hex 10 will be the data. Yeah, okay. So we'll do hex 10, and we'll do data I. Okay, so that adds the data on. We do need a raw socket to send, like a raw socket bound to localhost to be able to send the packet to, because we don't have that yet. We only have a TCP socket on localhost. So
Why do we have a TCP socket on localhost?
because that's what we use to send the overlap packets, right? We used a
Wait, no, we have a UDP socket. Wait, where do we? I don't think we have TCP.
Okay, hold on. Let me double check. Let me read up. Bind to localhost. Okay, yeah, you're right. It's UDP. Why did I think it was TCP?
It's definitely not TCP.
Okay. For some reason, I thought we set up a TCP socket, but yeah, that wouldn't really make sense. Okay, fair enough. So yeah, we should be able to just send to that socket, right? The spray socket that we set up. Yeah, I think that should be good. Okay. Unless we need to... Let me just double check his POC to make sure I'm not crazy here. Socket setup as raw. Oh yeah, it does need hop op set on it, which, do we set that? No, we don't. And we have to set a raw socket as well. So yeah, sorry, we do need another socket. Let me just look back here for a second. We have sock. Okay. So we will do spray socket 2. This will be AF. Let me just copy this over so I don't have to keep referring back to it. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. AF inet 6, sock raw, and IP pro hop ops, which should all be defined, so that will be perfect to use. We'll add a debug log just to make sure we're opening it properly. Spray raw socket. And then we should just be able to send directly to that, I believe. Oh, we do have to set up an address as well, which I will do real fast. Sorry, one sec. Just wanted to get his code on the other screen, but forgot we weren't in the raw page mode. Okay. So we do have to set up an address, so I will just copy what we did here, because this address will be different. Actually, we can set that up after before. That way we don't have to worry about racing. Which means I will have to move this actually too, but we'll do that in a second. So, fragments, packet spray. Okay. I don't think we need the size there. All we need to do is write 1 byte.
Oh shit! He sprays. Ah, he sprays different sizes. I was so confused.
What do you mean? Sorry, can you
Wait,
what are you talking about?
I'm so confused by what he does. There's spray size and there's small spray size and there is huge spray size. So what exactly is the difference between spray size and small spray? Small spray size and spray size.
Yeah, they're the same size.
How does that even work? Is that a different socket or something? No. I don't get.
So spray size is used for the number of sockets. And then small spray size is used for creating loopbacks on those sockets. And then
No, so is spray size, isn't it? It's literally like you have it open line 295 and the following 2 lines are for small spray size and the ones before is like exactly the same code. How?
oh yeah, it is. Yeah, it would be exactly the same. What? Why does he do it twice? Yeah, I'm not sure why he does that. I I wonder if there's some stuff left in here that he didn't end up needing, but he just didn't remove. Like if he has some redundant code in there that he just forgot to strip out, I'm not sure.
So since spray size and small spray size are exactly the same, if I'm not mistaken, then I'm wondering basically if you look for the second nano sleep with the very long string with zeros.
This one on 334, yeah.
No, yeah, this one. Basically, you have pop m buff, bed 1 and bed 2. So he frees both overlapping buffers, then frees some sprayed objects, and then he receives delayed packet and the pop mbuff socks bed 1. How the hell does a controlled packet end up in one of the overlapping buffers if he does it that way? Like, why? Like, wouldn't he wanna free and allocate like in between? Like, why does he free them sequentially and then even more freeze? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I'm as puzzled as you are on like what the strategy is here. Um, spec.exe has stopped responding. I mean, when I'm trying to read some of this code, yeah, I stopped because like if there was a comment laying out what the exploit strategy was, it might be easier to understand. But like Teamstar is saying, like I don't really understand. Like I don't even know exactly what he's doing with the double free. It's like he's triggering other double frees to exploit, which just seems like so much work, and I don't know why. Um, But yeah, it's strange. I don't really understand it either. I will get back to this though, because I do just need to oh shit, this is fragmented. Fix that really quick. I do need to write out the address of where we're writing to. So spray address, and this is going to be written to since it's address, right? I believe. So that's going to be written into. Let me go back up to where I initialized address before. Right, okay, I can just copy this code, I'm pretty sure. Because this did the same thing. So that will... Oh, we do want to write raw into here. Which... Oh, actually, no, sorry, we do want to... Yeah, sorry. I got that confused. No, that should stay as IPv6. And then stringify... yep, that makes sense, I believe. Although I have to change this. Because address is set to... Right, okay. So this has got to move to fragment packet spray address. Okay, that should be good. So that will set up the address to send to, which we will pass into the send to syscall. I don't think I'm missing anything. I think that should be good. So we can invoke p.syscall send to. We're going to send to the right, okay, spray socket 2. Spray socket 2. We're going to write packet fragmented data cache. That's going to be 16 plus data size.
Yo, you have looked into the actual TCP code, right? Is there a chance that by receiving something, that something gets allocated?
In which code, sorry?
Like in the IPv6, because I feel like that the line which does pop mbuf socks bed 1 like line that should be 357, that one actually causes an allocation.
So okay, so you think something in the rest feed from is causing an allocation, basically?
Yeah, maybe it's the way the pack. So basically, if I understand correctly, he does send some kind of fragmented UDP packet and then receives something. Well, what if he doesn't receive the complete packet, but just a part of it? May that cause an allocation or something?
So it allocates a stack buffer for the header. Resv it. What does this do? Kern receive it. This is doing a copy out. I don't think... maybe actually kern receive it does something. I don't see any direct allocations. But it could be just that it's being hidden behind all these macros and crap. Like it calls a function pointer here to call the SO receive on it for the protocol, which could allocate something possibly.
Yeah, I think that might be the trick, because the usual push mbuff sends 4 bytes, which is UDP, I guess, so I'm not entirely sure how big that is in total. However, the custom crafted packet, the delayed packet, he does send 16 bytes in total. Now let me check how much actual payload that is.
Sorry, I know I've been not reading chat a ton. Click here to prove you're not a robot. Someone tell me progress in Spanish. I'm sorry, I don't speak Spanish. It's not up my wheelhouse.
320 bits. Okay, that help.
Learn Spanish like you learn JavaScript. all right, Vittorio, you don't need to keep spamming that dude. So this is correct, I think, for sending a fragmented packet.
So you building the send fragment function. What exactly is the size parameter?
The data size?
The previous to last. Oh, you don't even have the last one. The is final parameter.
Yeah. I technically don't need it. I could just use the data.length or whatever. Which maybe I'll switch it to, actually.
No, I'm saying you don't have the parameter is final, so his POC takes another parameter is final.
I don't know what that does.
Well, it tells you whether you're sending the final packet of the fragmented ones. I think. Wait.
Yeah,
What?
so the reason he's doing that is because if you remember in like the UAF code, for example, let me just scroll up to it. There's that IP6F more frag, which is embedded with the offset, which is 1. So if there's more fragments coming, that will be set to 1. So that's why he negates it. If it's the final packet, if is 1, then he negates it, making it 0, so that flag doesn't get set, basically. So I think the reason he does that.
We definitely need that as a parameter because some of them have that flag set and some don't.
Oh, but why though? Because I don't really know why he has that set. So
wait,
do we need it yet? Like,
yeah, you should keep it, but that
here he sends an incomplete.
the hell?
Oh, I
Where?
see. So 301 and 302, he sends the first fragment and then he sends the second. That's what triggers the double free. So that's the reason he has that. We're triggering the double free in like a different function, so technically we don't need that.
But look at the other one, like 312. That is a complete packet, but what is that?
So it's a fragmented packet, but it's only one fragment. is how I understand it. So it still gets allocated the same way that the double free packet does, except it doesn't chain and mbuff together. It just sends it in one mbuff, if that makes sense.
But the packet is completely empty except for the for ones, which isn't even within the buffer. Or am I tripping?
The send fragment function sets up the header for you. So yeah, that's why he just sends the for ones.
So is the for one the payload then?
The 4.1 is the data he sends in the packet. I don't think it matters really because I think the idea here is to smash the packet header regardless. So I don't think the data you send really matters. I think you just chose 4.1s for like just to write something there.
I see. I'm just trying to figure out what he's doing.
So I'm pretty sure that we should be good to test this, I think.
So wait, you're saying that that line sends a full packet?
The send fragment function, yeah, because it will set up the header.
No, I mean the delay packet one, the 3 lines, like 310, 311, 312. Is that a full packet?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. He's setting up a fragmentable packet with only one fragment that contains 4 bytes of data with the A's.
So sending it that way, I could receive a full packet.
Yes, I think so.
Okay. It's good to know.
So I think we should be good to try this out. Send fragmented packet. We're going to send an ID of 1337. Split offset will do. I guess it doesn't really matter. The data we will send 411.
Where does he send the packet to, though?
He sends it to the main socket, not the spray socket, the raw socket that he opens. So he actually sends it to the same socket that the double free happens on.
Oh, I mean, yeah, he sends it to the socket, but like, what is the destination of the packet? Is it like just like thing?
Just localhost.
Like localhost?
I think so, yeah, because he sets the address to the 1, which should be : 1, I think. So that should yeah, it sends to loopback, I think.
But so do you have any idea what the purpose of that packet could be?
Which one?
Like the one was just the for one payload?
I'm thinking this is the packet he smashes.
No, that's not the packet he smashes. He smashes the next one.
What, in the delayed packet? Or sorry, in 333? Because they're both delayed packets, I didn't realize.
Yeah, 333. This is the one he smashes.
How do you know that's the one he smashes for sure?
Because he manually builds up a UDP packet which he receives at the very end.
Okay. So yeah, what is the purpose of this packet then, if you're right? Because this doesn't really gain you anything spraying it, because you don't want to spray just A's. But I'm not sure why he does that. Because yeah, you're right, like, why send it here and then send it again here? It doesn't really... I don't see what you're gaining by doing that. Wait, does he corrupt it twice? Because he sends that delayed packet, and then he checks for the bad mbuffs, right? He does the peaks to try to find the indexes of the bad 1 and bad 2. So does that mean
Wait,
he corrupt
where?
on 316 to 320? You see how he sends
No,
the
that
fragment
doesn't.
and then he peeks it to see if he can find the bad indexes that he corrupted, and then he bails out if there's no corruption.
I don't think these are meant for corruption. I think this is meant to be in a specific order in the heap allocation / free list. Because
But then why would he check for corruption if he's not trying to trigger it there? Because he bails saying no corruption.
because the line 309, this is where he sprays, and these ones cause the corruption.
But all that does, like, that sends the UDP packets, which shouldn't cause any corruption because
They
UDP
do.
overlaps. What do they cause
They
corruption
do.
on?
Well, you have like 2 buffers in the free list, and then two packets fill the same buffer. This is essentially what we had last stream.
Yeah, but you don't gain anything by doing that other than knowing there's corruption happening. Like,
You gain a lot because then you can very precisely control the individual. Like basically, you have 2 pointers to 1 buffer, and you can very precisely control either of them. So he like can either free pointer A or free pointer B or stuff like that, or so he very precisely controls the time where those get freed.
maybe I'm confused.
So he definitely gains something by doing that.
So wait, you're saying he sprays them and sets them up that way he can control when they get freed by receiving them? Is that how you're?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, like for 2 streams now.
Well, I know roughly what you're saying. I'm just trying to see how he works that in. Like, he checks. See, I still don't see the purpose of this send fragment. Like, that's what I'm trying to piece together in here. Like, where does that factor
The
in?
delayed packet?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure about that too. I can give you my annotated version. Maybe that it's too long. I can upload it as a file. Alright, let's try that. Does that work?
Okay, I think I have it here. Let me just set the syntax so it's a bit more readable for me. Okay, so
Put it on stream maybe.
yeah, I can do that. I can move it over. Okay. So trigger UAF, spray, tag, dumb buffs, more spray, find overlapping buffer. So yeah, like you were saying, this is what we had going on.
So the more spray, like the things related to small spray size, I think they may be irrelevant to the exploit, as this is only for heap massaging. This is what I assume. So just that other allocations don't mess up in between to kind of increase reliability.
So somebody in chat said, I think that's why there are 2 sprays. If both of them don't corrupt after 400 sprays, it doesn't proceed further. Spray 2 is bad 2, or spray is bad 2 and small was bad 1.
No. So bed 1 and bed 2 both belong to the spray and the spray tagged buffs.
All right. What is the bounty Sony
The
pays
more
for
the
exploits?
more spray is just to protect the free list from other allocations on the system.
Oh, I see what you're saying. That can make sense. Okay. Um. So he sprays the tag, then buffs, and then what's the first delayed? So that this is where we're kind of confused, is what this first delayed packet is for, because the more spray, okay, it protects the pointer and in the free list. He finds the
So
overlap like what we did. And then he sends the second packet. But what's weird is the second packet doesn't seem to connect back to the first one, right? Because he has his final set here, which means that should all be one packet.
no, so this is what this is what I thought initially, but the first one is a complete one and the second one is the incomplete one.
Yeah, you would think it would be the other way around, at least with how we were thinking about it.
Now, if we continue after the, like if you go to my annotated version, you can see free both overlapped controlled. So he frees both buffers. So the same buffer ends twice in the free list again.
Right.
And then the receive delay packet, he actually, so what he would do there is receive the second delay packet, which is kind of confusing because like how do you receive that if it's incomplete? So what exactly does he receive there, or what exactly, well, maybe he doesn't receive it and it still stays there since it's incomplete in first place. Are the sockets blocking by chance?
I think there's a mistake here. This won't. I don't think this receives a delayed packet
What does it receive then?
because this is just the way he coded. I can see how you could easily like make this mistake. He sends the fragment to sock. This pops off of socks, which is he pops
Oh,
bad one
oh, oh, oh.
twice
Check line 353.
on your annotated version.
Yes. Basically, he constructs like the send second delay packet. He manually constructs a UDP packet and sends it to the raw socket. But if
Right.
you check 353, in that manually constructed packet, he actually picks the port of bed 1. Because remember, he has, for each packet he sends, a separate socket to listen on. So bed 1 is actually the socket.
Yeah. Okay. I see.
So by using get port socks bed 1, he sends this packet to that specific socket.
Yeah. Sorry. I see what you're talking about there. Okay. So
So
it
this,
is a
in
delayed
fact,
packet.
he in fact does try to receive the delayed packet, and it's got to be the second one, I think, because the first one, it's like it shouldn't really arrive anywhere, does it?
As far as I can tell, no.
Like what is even the purpose of that one? I don't understand. But then again, that raises even more questions, because if that pop mbuff receives the second delayed packet, then the queue should be empty. But I don't think this is what happens. I think what really happens is that the pop mbuff, it only receives 4 bytes, but the manually crafted packet is potentially larger. I think this is the only reasonable explanation. Because what he does then, he does the prepare data overwrite, and if you look in line 399, in the packet he overwrites, he actually in kernel sends the receiving socket to bed 2. Because at this point, socket bed 2 shouldn't have any queued packets. So by doing that, if he actually manages to overwrite the send the second delayed packet in kernel, which was queued to be received on socket 1, he overwrites it to actually be queued to be received on socket 2. So at the very end, in line 420, he receives it on socket 2 because he like overwrote the destination socket.
And that's why the mbuff in userland makes sense, I guess, because if he's corrupting the socket, or like faking a socket,
It's
I
not
guess.
in userland though. He does spray the overwrite data with the set sock opt. I'm pretty sure about that.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I mean, I mostly follow that. It'd just be like really damn helpful to see how this factors in. I don't suppose you have a FreeBSD VM set up, do you?
No.
Okay, I'm kind of wondering if we want to set one up and just try it to see if like removing that code changes anything.
Which one? Oh, that
The
one.
yeah, the first delay packet. Just to see if that's like maybe like a remnant of something he was trying that didn't work out, or something like that. Um,
Um,
so I could set up a virtual machine.
I'm wondering if we really need that. Like, if we don't know the purpose, like, why not just leave it in there? So, what is our strategy, anyways?
So what I was gonna try to do was overlap the header of a fragmented packet, the extended header, with this code, and then when we got a crash, figure out like how to abuse that header to get like a primitive. Because I think last time we looked at the extended header, there was like a data field there or something that could have given us like maybe an arborite or something like that.
Maybe we should try that first.
Yeah, I can give this code a shot. This code should be good to try. If we don't crash when we back into the browser, which we haven't, so that's cool.
So that should give us a memory leak, right?
This one should, yeah, because we send it as the second one, not the first one. Oh shit, did I make a mistake? Oh yeah, I made a mistake. It should have been 9 at 6. Okay, I've got to restart the system. Also, sorry if the beeps are really loud on the stream. I took the shroud off the top of the PS4 and I was like too lazy to put it back on. And as a result, the beeps are a lot louder where they're not like contained in the little plastic cover. So they're nice and loud. Can you not hear them through the stream? I do have noise filtering on, but I would think they would still come through.
I heard it through your headset.
Yeah, I think you'd be able to hear a bit more background noise in the stream can because I have a filter set up on OBS. But yeah, as long as it's not too loud, that's mainly what I was caring about. So that's good.
All right, so I figured the second delayed packet, by receiving a part of it, that has to trigger an allocation.
Sorry, let me go to
That's
your annotated form. So sorry, which has to trigger an allocation?
376.
Oh, the pop, the rest fee.
Yeah, that's the only reasonable explanation, that by partially receiving the packet in queue, it triggers an allocation so that the rest falls into the previously freed uh, like allocation. Because like the small spray size, these ones you can ignore.
Oh yeah, because that's just cleaning up. That's not related to the exploit, right?
Yeah, so by freeing these, you bring the heap state back to the one before, freeing all after remaining
Oh, yeah,
allocations.
sorry. That's what I meant to highlight. I didn't realize it was further down.
By freeing these, you bring the heap back into the state it was before you're kind of like protecting it.
Yeah, okay. So,
which I guess is really relevant, but in use after free scenarios, I think it's more relevant in like buffer overflows, but whatever.
yeah. So, I will try the little strategy that I wrote up just to see if we get anywhere. If not, we can fall back on this Lirscovy strategy. I understand it a lot better now after your annotations. This is a really good annotation. I appreciate it. Thank you. Because before when I was reading it, I was like, oh man, I don't know what's going on here. But yeah, the way you like broke it down, it starts to make a lot more sense. It's just that first delayed packet that still seems weird. And like I said, that I feel like that might just be an artifact of like something he was trying before or something like that.
It may actually.
May actually be what, sorry?
Yeah, it may actually be an artifact because I can see no reasonable theory on why it's there.
Yeah, exactly. What? Okay, that was strange.
Did you fuck up again?
I don't know. Address family is unspec. Assume inet 6. Is that not what I sent? Oh yeah, because I guess I didn't set it in the address. But that's fine because Slears Govey didn't send it either. That's just like it assumes the correct protocol, so that should be fine. So let's see what 68 6E 70. It's almost like our fragmented packets aren't sending actually.
Yeah, this is what I've noticed too.
What was the... Did the spray socket fail to open? The spray raw socket? No, it did open. That's a valid file descriptor. This header should be fine because I verified all the values. These writes make sense. 16 plus the data size also makes sense. And then this is the address and the address length, which should be fine. I don't actually see what's wrong here. It looks fine to me. Here I write the loopback address into the Sin6 address field, which makes sense. Yeah, I mean, this fragmented packet send should be fine here, but there's no overlap happening in the reads. There is a little bit of weirdness going on. Like there is some form of corruption, right? Because packet 1, it's reading out 48, which should be reading 40.
This is the one we had before. Like the pattern we had before. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm just 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This would be 8, but 8 seems fine. It's not exactly the same pattern because remember before when we had the like number out of place, that index would have would be like smashed or whatever. It's
Oh,
not.
because we did something different, but here it is. So basically, packet 1 got allocated, and then it got overlapped. Oh, I'm so the reason that they might be. Do you actually do the sleep after you trigger the use after free?
Let me double check if that survived my copy paste. No, I do not.
Because this explains why like only the 8th packet overwrites the first one. Because then the second fragment only arrives. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I can add the sleep back in there though.
Yeah,
As
because
a
then
code
you're
still.
racing it itself.
Right. So we'll do a 10,000 sleep. See how that goes. See if we can actually run it without crashing. Maybe we will have luck on our side today. No, we will not. Oh. Can't win them all. I only watch when it's golden memes. Glitcheroo and Exploiteroo. Has Yafan and Davey done any streams in a while? I remember like a long like 2019 or something. They did the Vita glitch streams, or maybe that was 2020. I lost track of time because last year was so strange with how fast it was. But have they done any in like the last couple months?
What glitch streams? Who?
So Yifan Lu and Davey for the win. They're like Vita scene people, and
Oh yeah, I've seen the streams.
yeah, um,
I think it was like Davey who just like tried to do the setup, then gave up, and then just started to like explaining his source code, which I thought. I mean, sure, it was still cool to have that explained to people who don't know, but I was more interested in the actual glitching part, which unfortunately didn't work.
that sucks. They did for PSP Kirk. What is Kirk? I'm not too familiar with like
I think
PSP and PS
it's
Vita.
some of the like crypto processors or shit like that.
Okay, yeah, because I know Vita's secure processor or whatever was food, right? So PSP it was called Kirk. That was like the food of PSP.
Probably.
Okay, makes sense. Let's see what we can get here. See if we can run it quickly. See if anything happens. Imagine not running your secure process on Nano. The one true text editor. Sorry, many confuse PSP from AMD with this one. Yeah. Yeah, because AMD has PSP too, which is like, what is it? Pretty secure processor or something secure processor? I don't remember what the first one stands for. But yeah, they're like Trust Zone or Trusted Platform Module, I guess. Sony loves putting their keys in secure processors. Yeah, I mean they're very useful for stuff like that. Unless it's SGX, then it's not very useful, and Intel will kill it because it sucks. Okay, so let's see what we have here. So we have some weirdness happening again. We have the 4.8 memeing again. We have 44 being sent twice, which means there was probably an overlap here, I think, which is kind of strange. I don't know why those would overlap. Like, I would expect an overlap between 1 and 2, not 1 and then 2 goes and then it overlaps with the next one. That seems kind of strange to me, but timing could have been weird. 5F60. Okay, it looks all good from here on. It looks fine. Okay. But we're not seeing the overlap I was kind of hoping for with the packet header. I'm not sure why, because they should be ending up in the same like bucket, so to speak. So I'm not sure why that overlap isn't happening.
So stupid. I was trying to debug shit, but then I wasn't listening on IPv6.
Oh.
Can macOS Netcat even listen on IPv6?
I would I can't see why it wouldn't, but I've never tried it either. PS5 uses PSP. I mean, yeah, I don't know for sure, but it would make sense that it would. Since it's a AMD APU. And SAMU, I think, was a predecessor to PSP at the time that the PS4 was designed, if I remember correctly. So that would make total sense. Could use Vim, but you'd be trapped there forever. Vim is the devil's text editor.
True.
Yeah, Can't think of why the overlap isn't happening between the two different packets, though. I do have a mistake here, because I meant to change this earlier to data.length, which I will continue to change. So that's got to change there. Data C, it's gone. Okay. Let's try it again if the system will allow. If not, we will have to reboot. If we reboot, I probably will step away for a few minutes. I might have to take the doggos outside. It's been a bit of a crazy day for the fam, so that might be up to me to let them out. So I will probably be around 5 minutes or so doing that, because they can be stubborn sometimes. Doggos? What kind of dog do you have, Spectre? We have 2 Pekingese dogs, female and a male. The male used to be a show dog, and he's a retired show dog. The female was not a show dog, and you can tell because she loves to play. She loves like tennis balls and all that stuff. She absolutely loves them. What is going on here? Oh, okay. I think the system crashed. Yeah, it hasn't crashed, but it's hung. So it is in a corrupted state. We will have to reboot it. So I'm going to start the reboot process real quick, and then I will step away for a second. I'm gonna have to hold this down forever.
Do I need to entertain the stream, or are we gonna make a break?
I think we'll do a break. So if you like need to do anything, then that's all good. I just need to restart the root process before I go for break. Okay, I think it's restarted. We do have a new challenge image up, so anybody who wants to tackle that, go ahead and leave what your thoughts are in chat, and we will be back in a few minutes, and then we'll try to test again. So we will see you guys in a few minutes. Okay, we're back. Did somebody in the chat get the challenge, by the way? I had to refresh the page, so I lost chat. Um,
Let me check. All right.
Malt3 got it. Okay, nice. Yeah,
Malt 3. What up, Malt?
so yeah. For those who didn't read chat or whatever, or can't read chat, yeah, the issue is basically it's doing a string compare, but the length is, if you set it to a zero length, or set like a null terminator for the password, then it will say that it checks out, because comparing a length of zero is always going to evaluate as true. All right.
All right, where did he solve that chat trying to figure that out?
Let me check. Oh, I think I can scroll up in OBS.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
these challenges are way too easy for him. You should give him some hard ones.
I don't know if Z has any harder ones brainstormed up. The one last stream was pretty brutal. Like, cause it was really tricky. All right, so you were saying something. You figured out what the first packet was for. Sorry, or the first delayed packet.
Malta's girlfriend fell asleep from my progress. We are not fast enough, dude. We need to go faster.
Yeah, we're sorry.
Yeah, anyways. So I figured out what the packet was. So it is, in fact, the payload. Because C, it is 414141, which is, in fact, the data. So the first delay packet and second delay packet are, in fact, the same packet, just fragmented. But the catch is they're sent the wrong way. Since it's A UDP and B IPv6, and if you send a fragmented packet, they can in fact arrive in the wrong order, and this is what's happening here. Because first, if you like look at the offsets, like send fragment the 1 to third argument is the offset. You see that the first one has the offset 16 and is the end packet. The second one has offset 0 and says there are more packets.
Right. Okay.
So it is in fact the same packet. So only when you receive both, you can actually receive the packet. And I think this makes a lot of sense, because if you send at first the second half of the fragment and then the first half of the fragment, then at some point you need to allocate a new buffer and put them in order to properly process them, right? Which kind of makes sense, because this is what we really want, is another allocation. So I'm not entirely sure when exactly that happens, but I assume it might be when you try to receive it. Maybe not. Because the way it is structured, this is like the most logical thing to do. Like the most logical thing it would work, because then you first free both buffers, and then by receiving the fragmented packet, it would first need to reallocate to be like in order, and then you can actually receive, which makes sense, but brings up more questions.
Yeah. Exploits in a nutshell, really, with that statement. Okay.
So I think one thing. Oh, does that actually? Yeah, pop mbuff actually reads it, right?
That does the resv from, yeah. Which we
Huh.
would have to replace with the read.
All right. So the following things make sense, which is if we send them out of order, we need to trigger an allocation to receive them, because then you basically allocate, build it in the correct order, and then you can receive it. I assume that the pop mbuff does the allocation to make it in order and then receives it. And that allocation potentially falls into one of these freed buffers, which the other one is filled with controlled data. Now, the thing that does not make sense yet is if we assume this is all there is to the story, because in fact, by sending both of these two fragments, and I just tried that, you can receive the UDP packet. What I'm wondering is, once you receive that, there's really no reason for it to stay in kernel space, right?
No, usually when you read out a packet, it would get freed immediately, because there's no use for it.
Why exactly does it stay in kernel space?
It could be a mem leak, but I don't know how much I would stock in that, because that seems like a weird place to have a memory leak, like, because networks are going to be used all the time, and BSD networking stack is shared by multiple operating systems. I find it hard to believe it would have something that obvious. Day0sec is not spec. Yeah, so Z is operating the Day0sec account. I'm talking. I usually use my own account when typing in chat, so to clear up some of the confusion there. Okay. There is one other thing I wanted to mention as well. Zeko sent me a message that was like a tip saying partially what Slurs Govey was struggling with when porting his POC to the PS4. It's because the UMA, the allocator, will use per CPU caches for small allocations. And apparently the network thread where the double free happens is happens on one CPU core, but the browser can only be scheduled on like 2 pinned CPU cores, so it can't access the cache of where the double free happens. Which is strange because, like, I feel like if that was a big problem, then we would have had issues when we were triggering corruption. So yeah, that does seem weird to me. And the other thing is,
not entirely sure what the caches have to do with it.
So what I think they're talking about is, forget the cache sizes. I feel like under like 64 bytes or something, maybe, or under like a certain amount gets allocated in the per CPU like L2 cache or whatever. Although I don't really see how that would make sense.
You still should have cache coherency, like
Yeah.
You still have other threads scheduled there, and then you can't rely on shit staying in the cache. It still has to go out to memory. I don't see how caches should impact this at all.
Yeah,
That
I'm
doesn't
trying to
make
think
any
it through. I don't see how that would work either. Let me just look at FreeBSD UMA cache. Zones maintain per CPU caches with linear scalability on SMP systems, as well as round robin and first touch policies for NUMA systems. Two types of zones exist: regular zones and cache zones. In regular zones, the items are allocated from a slab, which is in memory. Yeah, virtually contiguous memory pages. A cache zone can be used to implement an efficient allocator for objects in such a collection. Cache zones do not have a keg and instead use custom import and release methods.
I really don't think caches is relevant for this exploit, especially at this point.
I will quickly try to check out. Oh, okay. Is this like a later Am I looking at... Oh, that's FreeBSD 11. Is it different in 9? The limit applies to the total number of items in the zone, which includes allocated items, free items, and free items in the per CPU caches. So it seems FreeBSD 9 does have per CPU caches, but I'm just trying to figure out how those factor into the exploit. To allocate an item from zone. Yeah, from what I can tell, especially on FreeBSD 9, the zone should be staying in memory regardless. Like, there are per CPU caches, but that I don't see how that would really matter in the exploit context. So yeah, I'm not sure. I would need more information, I think, on what's going on there. Yeah, I don't really see how that factors in. Sorry. So where we left off before we went on break was I wanted to test to see if we got it working after I did my little fix. So I will still test that now. Let me just verify. Yep, okay. So I think this should be good. So let's try it. Let's see if we get like an info leak or something, because that would be really cool. No info leaks.
I mean, we can literally try sending. What does IP proto hop opts do?
It's options for hop by hop headers, which I think is necessary for doing like fragmentation. So that's what the hop by hop options is for. But yeah, nothing really interesting happening here. I actually don't even see any indexes out of place, unlike before. So maybe just a bad run. I can try running it again. I do wonder if that sleep timing is having any impact on this. If maybe we're sleeping for too long, or I don't know. It's just it seems. This is interesting. The first two packets had 0 read out, which is not something we've seen before. Other than that, though, everything else looks normal.
It also says that it received 0. So it didn't receive data in the first place.
Okay.
I mean, we can leave out the sleep. Our spray should be long enough to trigger it midway, which is good enough for our purposes, I guess.
Yeah, I can try. I'll comment at the sleep just to see what happens. Though I'm not sure if it'll make too much of a difference. Oh, crap. It's annoying. So sorry, were you gonna suggest changing something earlier? I know you were gonna say something, and then I ran the test.
I was gonna suggest to try sending that UDP packet the way he does it, like a fragmented UDP packet.
Let me close this. So,
like the delay packet.
Yeah, so this is kind of what I'm setting or sending already, although You mean like use the exact sizes and everything too, right? So send
Yeah, like
this.
the exact packet, and you need to make sure like to fix up the port and checksum and shit like that.
So do you want to try creating a bunch of sockets to get that
No,
fine
no,
grained
no, no,
control,
no,
or no?
no. No, I don't think we need a bunch of sockets. I just want to send that exact packet and receive it. That shouldn't be too hard. We can try without triggering the use after first, just to make sure that works.
So just this part and not this part.
Oh yeah, send both.
Send
Like,
both. Okay.
yeah, just so we can see that we constructed correctly.
Okay.
Because this one, if you send it correctly to the correct port, you can just regularly receive it.
Right. Okay. So I will comment out the double free trigger. Let me just make a backup of this. Just so I have it. So these are all fine. So this is the part we'll replace, I guess. So we'll send fragments 1 and 2. So the first one will be, and I'll add his final thing in there too. Actually, I'm just gonna say as fragments.
Did you uncomment the trigger so that we don't panic?
I commented out the trigger already. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Shit, where was I at? Send fragmented packet, right? Yeah, I was gonna add the has fragments thing. That way we don't even have to negate it. We'll just I think it's in this one, right? That he adds it. Let me just verify. Off LG.
It should be offset.
Yeah. That'll do it. So, has I will rename this to has more fragments because that's a bit clearer. Okay, so we're gonna send a fragmented packet. Just pull up exactly what he does. So he sends that with, I'll just specify an ID. He splits it at 16, right? I think.
Yeah.
Okay. And then what do we want to send for data?
4 is the size of the data. Oh, what is the 1337? Well, what's your first argument?
That's for the ID, the identifier. Actually, does he set an identifier?
No. It may be hard coded.
Yeah, he hard codes it to dead beef. So I'll leave what I have in there.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So
just send like 4 A's or like 414141.
And then has more fragments we want to set to 0.
No, to 1 actually.
Well, he uses it differently. He negates it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So this we want to set to 0. That should be good, I think, right? Is that length correct? I just want to make sure that I have that.
Oh, 16 isn't the length. It should be the offset.
Oh, yeah, sorry, the split offset. Yeah. And then, right, okay. that makes sense.
Wait, but if you, how did you make your send fragment packet function?
What do you mean?
Can you show it to me?
Yep.
Like, does it account for the fact that the data actually has just 4 bytes? Oh, there it is. Oh.
Yeah, it's up there.
Data split offs. Okay, so it does account for that. Okay.
Yeah. So that should be good. I think. So that's the first packet, or that's the first fragment, rather. And we will send the second fragment as well. So we'll send it with the same identifier. So let's see how he sets up the second one. So this is where he builds up the UDP packet, you said, right?
Yeah. So this is a bit more complicated.
So UDP data. Oh, we have to build up the RTHDR.
Yeah. It's just a couple lines. We can do it in line. I can tell you the bytes. So the first byte is 43.
Yep. Second byte.
Second byte is okay. It is 8 divided by 8 minus 1. So that should be 0.
Yeah, it should be, but I'll keep it in there just for completeness sake. I think 2 and 3 were 0 if I remember correctly, right?
Yes. And then everything else he just clears. But okay, let's continue with the get port. So here, this is actually important. We need to implement the get port function, which gets the socket port. Because we know we bind the UDP socket, but we don't know the port we bind it to, right?
I'm sorry, I'm just gonna quickly implement the zeroing because we do need that to pad out the JavaScript array. So that goes to 8, I think, is what he passes to build RTHDR. So
yeah, goes to 8.
Yeah. So we do need to set the UDP thing at 7, or is it? Wait, sorry, where is this? Oh, that is so strange, the way he does this.
We need to implement the port function.
Yeah, we do. I was just looking at this line. In the build RTHDR, it builds it as the 43, which is IPv6, but here he overwrites it with UDP.
Oh, he overwrites it.
Yeah, so
yes,
there we go.
17.
So get port. Right.
We should test that.
Test what, sorry?
Oh yeah, we should implement and just test it.
Like test it as it is right now?
No, like implement the get port function and then
print
out the port.
Okay. So get port, it's basically doing a get sock name. That's essentially, and then it's reading out that field. So, all right, I will implement that as a p.get port. So what this is going to do, it's going to take a file descriptor or a socket. We're going to call it sock name with the file descriptor, and then I think we need the output address. So we can do a out address. And this is going to take a length, which is an input output, I think. So we have to write a out address size. We have to write 1C there. And then we pass out address size there. And then we should just be able to return a p.read. What is Syn6 port? Is that a D word or a quad word?
Let's It's 2 bytes.
2 bytes. Okay, so it's a short. Okay. So p.read 2. And that will be at out address at 32.
You know the offset?
I think so. I think I have it reversed already. Yeah, it should be at offset 2. Yeah, it's offset 2, size 2. Okay, perfect.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so that should work for get port. So let's give it a shot. So let me comment out this because it's not complete. I should also... I'll comment out all the sends and receives for now. Just check the get port. So bug log get port. And we want to get that on the... What does he call it on? Which socket?
The UDP socket?
Okay. So I set that up as spray socket 2. String 16. All right. So let's test that and see what it gives us. By the way, I did miss beeps earlier, actually. I will account for those now. I'm sorry for depriving you of the beep counter for a little bit. And I have to send more, actually, because the system did crash. So that's 2 more beeps.
While the system boots, we can like continue coding up packet building.
Yep, good idea. So UDP data, where do we set the port? That would be at, I think he set that at 8, was it? Like right after the padding, right?
Yeah, it's offset 8 and 10. He sets it to both the send and receive port.
Okay. So that's going to be 2 bytes. I'm doing this as a byte array, which makes it really damn annoying.
You may need to account for the fact that get sock name. Oh, actually, you can just straight up pass that in.
So the original way I did this was kind of like how I did it with the UA, the double free function, was I allowed you to pass in a JavaScript array that would get written into the packet. I'm thinking now I'm gonna make it use a like int32 like malloc buffer because these primitives are really useful for handling the endianness for me. So I think I'm gonna change how the data is used.
Oh, in this case, you don't need to take care of endianness. I mean, it's just 2 bytes you need to write through. And they're in the correct order already. Because if you do like get socked ops, it's already big endian and you need it in big endian.
Okay, so I could do like p.get port, spray socket 2, and 0, and just mask it like that, I guess. Actually, let me get the...
You may want to like buffer the variable, otherwise you're calling get port over and over. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly, yep. Port, and... Okay, that takes care of that. And then it's set again at...
No, this is not what you want. So it should be in the correct endianness already, so you don't want to swap the endianness here.
I shouldn't be swapping the endianness, should I? I'm just masking it. I'm not...
That's wrong either way. Because the first one, port, you want to have it... What do you get out of it? Like, what type is port anyway?
Get port returns just the raw integer value of the port. It returns the p.read 2.
All right, so This one swaps the endianness, so it reads it little endian, while it should be big. But since we can like just write it back the same way, we don't need to swap it here. So there you basically end it with FF. And for the UDP data 9, you need to shift it to the right by 8-bit.
Does that make sense? Yeah, okay. I think that makes sense. Okay. All right. So that sets the first port, and then what gets
Exactly the same for the next 2 bytes.
Um.
Like literally copy and paste it for byte 9 and 10.
So wait, this is 8 and
One
9.
of them is, yeah. No, this is like that sets like the in port and the out
Oh,
port.
right. I see. The way the way that was written was messing with me. Okay, sorry.
So 10 and 11 should be exactly the same.
All right, cool. So that sets 10, 11. 12 was 0.
12 was 0, 13 is 12.
All right.
And then
Okay.
you need to implement port to checksum.
Ooh, okay. We're implementing lots of primitives here. P dot port to checksum. This is going to take the port. Sorry, I will read chat. I know it's been a little bit. We've been in a bit of a flow state. Does your brains hurt doing this? I mean, yeah, it can hurt a little bit, especially when you're trying to break something down. Because based on Matrix theory, when the whole world ends, it starts over again. Oh yeah, if we start talking about the Matrix movies, I think our heads really will explode. Especially when we get to the second and third one. Have you seen the Matrix movies, Doomstar?
Yeah, it's been a while though. I definitely seen the first one a couple of times. The other ones I don't remember as good.
Oh yeah, especially the
Should
third
probably
movie. It's like
rewatch them.
they're good, like, but they really like don't make sense, really. All right, so what does pork checksum do? It takes so
I think this is a straight up copy and paste.
I wonder what these like if these values change on PS4. Probably not.
Oh no.
But
This is like EIP standard.
oh, okay, cool. That was my only concern. All right, so base port equals 0, 36B1. This we'll do csum base csum minus 2 times port minus base port. Okay, that should be good. Let me just verify 0D6, 36B1, base csum minus 2 times port minus base port. Yep, that makes sense. Plus equals modulus. Yep, okay, cool. So that all checks out. That is a short as well. So we'll do p dot get port, or sorry, port to checksum. That's going to take port. And where does this get written again? What indexes?
Let me see. Just lost it. Just a sec. Okay. 14 and 15.
Right, okay. Okay, that should be good for the port checksum.
I think we can even do both. Like you do lock the get port, so then we can just keep going and test the other one as well.
Okay, so we can send send this fragment, and then we'll uncomment this as well to send another fragment. So this will be. So the split size, I think is this where he sets it to 0?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then the data is it doesn't matter, I guess, because it's sending 0.
Wait, it's not sending 0.
Wasn't it the one
It's
that
sending
sent 0?
UDP data. No, it sends UDP data, dude.
Wait a minute. Let me just look for a second.
The whole packet that we just built, this is what we want to send.
Malt, thank you for the prime. Yeah, sorry. So I was getting confused with his send fragment header. That's why. So yeah, sorry. We're sending the UDP data. And then we just need has more fragments, which we set to 1.
Yes, good, exactly.
Perfect. So we should just need to receive.
You should do little sleep there.
Where after sending the second fragment?
Yes.
Okay. Let me get my sleep code. Diplu coming in with the prime as well. Welcome in. Thank you for the sub. All right. So 10,000 seems good. Probably keep it there.
Yeah. Good enough, and then you can do a receive and dump what we receive.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll do a debug log. Actually, let's be buff. I'll just make it big. So we'll do a syscall restv. Actually, we can't do a restv. Sorry. Sysread on the spray socket 2, and we're gonna receive into svbuff for.
So chat asks, numbers are in little endian format, shouldn't they be network order? Yes, you are correct. However, they are coming out from the get port function from get sock name in big endian order, and we just leave it in big endian like all the way through and don't like swap endianness back and forth. So they staying in big endian the whole time.
Yeah. All right. So what's the length we're passing here? Sorry.
For reading, it's 4. We receive a packet.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Can't you like do p receive packet 4 and then to string 16?
I've got to read it into the restv buff. So we're gonna debug log packet.
I mean,
staging.
you have it already, like a few lines below uncommented.
Did this receive on the same socket though? Let me double check. It's check the spray socket. Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. I'll just do that. That'll make it easier. All right, cool. So let's see what that gives us. I do have to go boot
to string 16, line 817.
Yep. Okay.
All right, that should give us some data.
Xerox100 is not a function. I have a typo somewhere here.
It's before printing the port, though. Oh no, get
Yeah,
port is 0.
Yeah, it's after the get port.
But get port shouldn't be 0.
Why shouldn't it be 0? Doesn't he set it to 0? Or am I mistaken?
No, you're mistaken.
I thought when he created the socket, he set the address
Wait,
to 0.
actually, yeah, we are binding the socket. Oh, if you bind a socket to 0, a UDP one, then the system assigns a random port.
Okay. Okay, where's this thing that's talking about the hex 100 is not a function or some shit? I don't even see where I'm using hex 100. Oh, there were extra brackets put in there. That makes sense. Okay. So let's try that again.
Well, the port function is wrong, because it shouldn't be 0.
I'm just double checking that it's not a side effect of the typo. Okay, it's not. So what's wrong with the get port function? Get port. So that is doing get sock name. It's being called with SpraySocket 2, which makes sense. The length
Is this call
correct.
maybe not like succeeding? Like, do you get an error code for the syscall?
Let's find out. So get sock name succeeds. That is strange.
Is your memory reading maybe wrong?
Out address size. The size is correct. Hex 1C is the size of the address structure, I'm pretty sure. I'll double check that. Yeah, it is 1C.
Yeah, I also
Offset
confirmed that.
Offset 2 is in 6 port, which I'm using offset 2. So I don't see what the problem is here. It's not like getsock name is failing. Is the behavior different on the PS4 for some reason when you... I
Can
don't
you
know why that would be
dump the whole
different.
buffer maybe?
Dump the socket buffer. Do I still have dump bytes? It seems I do. So out address. Yeah, let's dump out what the buffer says. Um, 1C, 1C, and then zeros. So the length is 1C, which makes sense. That's the Sin6 length. The family, I don't know why the family is 1C. Does that match up? Because UDP should be... INET 6. Let me just make sure this makes sense. Okay, yeah, that does make sense because 28 is INET 6. Okay. So, yeah, the address structure looks correct outside of the port. Because the 1Cs are fine. Those make sense. But the port is 0.
Do you bind it?
I'm pretty sure I do. Do I bind SpraySocket 2 or just SpraySocket 1? Okay, it looks like I just bind spray socket 1. So maybe I thought I bound the second one, but maybe I didn't. Okay. So I'll do that down here, I guess,
Wait,
at the
well,
top.
why? But you did send and receive. Wait, did you not send and receive on the one?
I did on the
All
raw
right,
socket.
maybe you're mixing up the sockets. So
So this
which one is which?
so spray socket 1 is the raw socket that, or sorry, the, oh shit, you're right, I am mixing them up. Sorry.
Yeah, because
So yeah, spray socket 1 is the UDP socket.
yeah, we want to use that. Did you use spray socket 2?
I use spray socket 2, yeah. Spray socket UDP. Spray socket raw. That's what we'll do. Okay. So that'll make it a bit easier to not make that mistake. So we're sending to
Did you remove your copy paste code? We don't want to bind the raw one.
right, okay. But do we already bind the raw one? No,
we don't
bind the
want
UDP one.
Don't that.
Okay,
Yes.
good. So we want to send to socket UDP. So
oh, okay. So we want to execute the get port on the UDP socket, but we want to send to the raw socket.
right. So that's one line change. There we go.
2 lines.
There.
The debug log above 784 is just for debugging. That should be UDP as well.
Yeah, it should be. All right. But it's interesting to watch and see what you can get. I mean, so I will say with exploitation, like I do feel like people put it on a like really high pedestal. Honestly, a lot of exploitation is just like grinding through and putting up with bullshit.
What we're dealing with.
Yeah. Okay, so get port does return a proper port now, so that's good.
All right, so
the read never finishes though. The read blocks, because otherwise we would be getting that packet data printout. So I'm not sure why the read blocks.
I think you're doing it wrong again.
The recipe packet operates on the UDP socket. So
yes, but where did you send the fragmented data to?
it should be sending to.
Yeah, spray socket raw. Okay, right. That's
yeah,
correct.
That should be fine. The address might be wrong though. The fragment packet spray address. Although I thought he only set the address to the loopback address. He doesn't set the port, does he?
For what?
For setting up the address for the send fragment. Oh, he sets the port to non-zero, but I mean, he just sets like a dummy value for ports. That should be fine, I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
I didn't write the socket family though. I would think that I'll set it just in case, but so we're gonna do a p.write1 to fragments packet spray address dot add 32 1. Sorry. We're gonna write AF9 6, and that should be fine. So Let's see if this changes anything. I don't think it will, though. I think it'll be fine. Or I think it'll block still, rather. Yeah, it does block still. It got rid of those warnings because we set the address family, but it still doesn't return on the read. Why not, though? Because we're receiving and like we're sending the packet to the raw socket, which should be fine. We're sending the UDP packet construction should be correct, but we can double check that if we need. We get the port, we send it, and then we receive on the UDP ports. That should be fine, right? So maybe, is our UDP packet data maybe have a mistake in it?
UDP packet data, we can double check that.
So
build header 8 run 17 port 10 11 set port.
Get ports correct. Um, 0, 12. Port to see some, which is fine. I double checked that already. 14 and 15 should be the checksum. Yeah, that makes sense because, yep, that's a short. We are sending. Let me just get the definition here so I don't screw myself up. Set size. Yep, that should be 16. That makes sense. This should be 1 because I flipped it around how that works.
Can you dump the whole packet?
I can, yeah. Debug log. Actually, dump bytes operates on a p.malloc buffer. This is a JavaScript thing, so I'll just write a quick function for it. So data I string 16. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, do you set I like hop opts on the socket, on the raw socket?
On the raw socket?
It's 0 anyway.
Yeah, I do set the hop by hop options though. So so we have hex 11. Let me just bring it up side by side so we can see. Hex 11, yep, that would be 17. Zeros, yep, 8 divided by 8 minus 1, 0, 0, pad. F4B8, which
Checksum is also correct.
0C, yep, 12.
Let me check this correct. Let's see.
Can you maybe run that code on macOS for building up the UDP packet and dump it like you did last time?
I just did. So that packet is exactly the same.
Oh shit. Okay. Hmm.
So if the packet is the same,
Why is
what
it failing?
is the said fragment maybe incorrect?
Do you want me to dump the packet, the fragmented packet data?
We can do that.
Okay. I do call this multiple times though. I call it twice, right? But that's fine. I can dump both of them at the same time in that case. So we'll do a dumping fragmented packet. Let's do some lines just so it's easier to read. We'll do a p.dump bytes packet fragmented data cache, and that's going to be hex 16 plus data.length. Then we'll do another debug log. Actually, that's fine because that'll, yeah, whatever. Okay. So let's dump what the packet data is. I'm going to copy this into Sublime since the PS4 will probably add stuff in there. So our first packet is this one.
Oh, I did dump the first one. The same.
Yep, no worries.
Go to this.
And then this is the second one.
So I have 2C000104. Then I have 411141. I have 4 times 0, 2, 4. 2B0001. Okay. Then I have that beef, which you set to
The 1337. Yeah, the hex 1337.
700. Okay. Then I have 11, while you have 8.
You have 11 here, where I have F8.
Yeah, what's set F8?
So that's right after ident, so that would be the data, right? Because yeah,
Yeah,
this
you
should
don't
be
have
the.
data in your packet.
Wait, what? In the second one, the UDP data
No.
should be the packet, the data.
Yeah, but you don't have it in there.
Oh, what the
Show
fuck?
me the dump.
Oh yeah, it's all. What the Okay, so it is the send fragmented packet. What is the problem here? Al Hazard, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Welcome in, everyone. We're doing some PS4 kernel exploitation stuff. What were you guys up to, Al Hazard? I haven't been able to check out your stream in a little bit. I know Z actually pointed me towards you for.
Dude, I found
streams.
your bug. It's in line 754.
Where's the issue? Sorry, what is it?
Try to figure it out. It's in line 754.
Okay.
It's a CTF, bro.
Packet fragmented data cache 32 hex 10. That is the hex 10 off? And then we're writing the data I, which is
Yo,
on a
chat.
byte basis.
You can figure out the CTF challenge. Where is the bug in line 754? Be the first to comment and win
Win a
A shout
prize.
out.
Okay. I don't see it. I'm feeling...
All right, I'll leave it to you and go. I'll be back in like 1 minute.
Yeah, no worries.
It's in that line though.
We did the Hack the Box Blackfield today. Active Directory hacking. Oh man, that sounds fun. Yeah, Z and I were talking about Hack the Box not too long ago on the podcast, and about potentially trying to do some of those challenges, checking it out. Maybe we'll try to get to that this week. Does Teamstar pay as much as Sony does for finding a bug? You're missing a parenthesis at the end of the line before the... What? Everything's closed properly. Yeah, that's we're properly terminated there. It's got to be the offset, right? I would think. 2, 3. Actually, no, because hex 10 should be fine. This should be... Oh. Oh. I found it. I kept writing to the same byte over and over again. For fuck's sakes. Okay. Well, we figured that out. That took me way too long. Okay. So the dump we have... This is the second dump, I think.
Did you figure it out?
Yeah, I figured it out. You're really mean for not pointing it out, because I felt dumb after I found it, but it's okay. Although I'm just trying to see, is this correct? This should be 2C 13370041. So let me copy this out. So yeah, I was writing to the same byte over and over.
Exactly. You got it.
All right. So do we actually finish? Oh, we crash actually. We crash at the end of that. What? The web browser crashed after I ran the... Yeah, it crashes. Interesting.
We don't trigger the bug though.
No. The kernel doesn't crash. The browser crashes, which means there's something...
Oh.
Is it maybe the usleep? Do I have the... I don't think the usleep would be messing with it, but since we don't need it, I will comment it out anyway. No, it just crashes even faster, actually.
Yeah, because we're not sleeping.
It's something in the recipe packet function, I think. I'll just verify that it is actually here, but I'm almost certain it is. I'm gonna do some print debugging here.
Oh, don't print A's. So we want to receive A's. I actually want to receive for once.
This time it worked. I didn't even change anything meaningful. What the fuck? Okay. This is WebKit in a nutshell, dude. This shit happens to me all the time when I do shit in WebKit. It's so annoying. Okay, this time it crashed. So why is it crashing sometimes and not others?
Is it because of the sleep maybe?
No, because I had the sleep uncommented when it worked.
Well, do you longer sleep then? Because what might be happening is if the kernel doesn't assemble the packet in time and you receive less than 4 bytes but try to operate on 4 bytes, then it crashes because like you don't have 4 bytes to work with.
Yeah, let's see if that fixes it. Okay, that's 2 runs in a row that succeeded. Maybe this one will work too. I think 3 is the magic number here. Okay, yeah, that works. Nice. So yeah, there was a race aspect.
We need to remember the sleep value because apparently your previous sleep was too low.
Yeah, I had it at 10,000. I changed it to 20,000. So I doubled it.
All right, which means we can receive UDP packets now. That makes me think whether whether the receive delay packet actually receives it, because it might also be racing. But then again, it doesn't really make sense. Like, if you look at his POC, what might be happening is that if the receive delay packet that I annotated doesn't actually receive the packet, but because the socket is non-blocking in his case, that it gets reallocated in one of the buffers and the nanosleep doesn't do shit, which would explain why you can receive it later on the other socket.
Sorry, so can you give me a line number to go off what you're saying here? So you're saying
376.
Okay, so yeah, when you read the delayed packet,
Yeah, it may not be reading shit because the socket is non-blocking, so it might just say, hey, there's nothing in there if it is racing. So what might be happening is that that thing executes too early, the packet isn't assembled yet.
So the read fails.
So the read fails, so it's completely useless to be there begin with. And then everything else would make much more sense.
So this packet is still in the queue even after this fires.
Yeah, because everything else doesn't make sense, because we overwrite it later, so if the read succeeds, it wouldn't be there, right?
Yeah. So that's why it's still here for the overwrite later on. So you could just cut this code out and it wouldn't matter, right? Because it's
No,
effectively
not that one, but like line 376.
Yeah, that's what I have highlighted. You could cut that out and it shouldn't affect the behavior at all, I think. Unless
Well, that's the theory at least.
That's the theory, yeah. Ryzen, Threadripper, or i9900K. Is that somebody? Oh, for teams.
For my brain.
For your brain. I mean, I don't know. Do you feel hot? If you don't feel hot, then you're probably a Threadripper. So, you feel like you're using way too much power?
No, I don't feel shit.
So you're not an Intel chip. Liquid
No,
cooled.
I'm ARM.
ARM? Are you that ARM 96 core processor that was supposed to come out last year, but then it got canned?
I'm not sure about that.
It was really sad. There was I forget the name of it, but there was a 96 core ARM processor that was supposed to land like in the consumer market last year.
Oh shit!
I think it was the Thunderbird X2 or something, or Thunder something. ARM. Now I'm really curious as to what it was. I think it was Thunder something. I don't remember what it was. Thunderbird's a car, so I don't think it's that. It's something else.
Thunder X3.
Oh, was it just Thunder? Yeah, that might make sense. Thunder X3. Gaming chairs. Yeah, that's what it was. The Thunder X3. Yeah, 96 cores. Like, damn, that would have been super cool to be able to buy, but yeah, it got killed. It was really unfortunate. So yeah, we can send and receive packets. So do we want to try to retrofit this into the old exploit strategy, or do we want to? Okay.
Yes.
So what we want to do around here is we want to
So I would suggest the following. Do you like one of the previous strategies where we find the corruption and replace it with for once as a sanity check? And then instead of the for once, we replace it with this packet.
Okay. So we'll keep this both, so we'd send both fragments instead of the 4 ones, is what you're saying? Like fragment 1 and fragment 2, right? Because we need both of them.
So at first, as a sanity check, I would uncomment the fragment 1 and fragment 2 as we don't need them right now.
Yeah.
Then send like OX100 tagged packets and receive them in order.
Right. So do p.send packet. God damn it. The send packet was just the data keyword and the size. That's right. Okay. So we'll send it's 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus I. And that's going to be 4 bytes. And then we'll
Oh,
send...
you want to do maybe for 0, then 0, 0 maybe? So it's easier to read them.
If we do that, then it'll just move it up. We would have to do...
Yeah, so the I falls into 0 byte. It doesn't collide with the 0 byte.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, don't send the second packet. We don't actually want that.
Oh, sorry. I thought you wanted me to smash it with the 4 ones. But
yeah, but like in the when we read it back,
okay.
like the other tactic.
Yeah, the one we had at first.
Yeah.
So we'll do packet data equals p.esv packet. It's going to be
Missing
4 bytes.
A curly close bracket.
Yeah, VS Code didn't put it for me there because it sucks. So if packet data does not equal that, then we have corruption, and this is where we want to send the 4.1 packet.
Yes.
And then we want to print out what we read. So I equals I.toString 16. And then that's going to be packet data. So that's going to be a raw value. Yeah. Okay.
That looks good.
Okay. Let's see what happens. Oh, actually, the double free is not running, so...
Oh, yeah. We might want to enable that.
Yeah, we probably won't see any corruption without that. All right.
Oh, wait. Do you put the uSleep back in? Oh, actually, no. Don't put the uSleep back in, but maybe increment the from OX50 to OX100 spraying packets.
So
oh yeah, remove that sleep. Move that sleep too.
Move it or comment it out. I thought we didn't want it, but
yeah, like this. Like we don't need it.
Yeah. Okay.
And then like send OX100 and receive OX100.
All right. Oh shit! We panicked immediately, which is weird because I didn't run the double free. I didn't think, but because I canceled it on the alert, but I guess it still ran asynchronously or something. I don't know. That was weird. But we'll run it again after a quick reboot.
Beep counter.
In a second. Right now, we get the beep counter. So it's really freaking me out. I have a little lamp that's behind me that I've used for years, and the LED bulb finally, like, I don't know, I guess it's dying. So like every like couple hours, it'll just go out entirely. And then maybe like 15, 20 minutes later, it'll fade back on. So it creeps the shit out of me. It's like a ghost is hitting my lights or something.
Oh yeah, we do have 420 viewers.
Do we?
Oh, not anymore.
The
It
Blazers
was there
last.
for a brief second.
Beat count equals hex 404000 plus that. Yeah. Let's hope not. I don't want that many beeps, I don't think. Wait, is this being tested on a dev kit? No. This is being tested on retail. But it's modded retail. I have Serial hooked up to it, so it's kind of like a, I guess, halfway to a dev kit. It doesn't have the cool debuggers
At least
and stuff, but
that's what all the games feel like, as if this is halfway dev kit.
have someone leave so we can vibe. We're at 427. We need 7 people to leave, but
we don't want people to leave.
No. We'll just pretend it says 420. We'll just ignore the last digit and flip it, you know? Solar flares. We'll just say it's that. Just curious, standard serial or some kind of USB emulated blah blah type. It's going over serial at 115K baud rate. I do have a USB to TTL breakout board in the middle of the setup. But yeah, for the most part, you can just pretend it's serial. Can you explain a little bit the issue you had with the PS4 that delayed your Friday stream? Yeah, so...
Oh, actually, do we want to talk about the idea I have on stream?
We could, yeah.
Okay. So yeah, probably first answer the question and then I can like jump in.
Yeah. So what happened with the PS4 was, I guess, so where it is, it's up on a like high shelf, and it's really damn annoying to get to the HDMI port on the back of the system, especially because they made the back so like angled and weird. So often I have to flip the PS4 on like into like a tower, how you'd have it standing up, to plug in the HDMI port, because I had to use the cable for something else a couple days ago. And when I flipped the PS4 up, I think I yanked on the USB cable that is connected to the serial board too hard, and I ended up pulling a wire off the UART pad on the PS4 motherboard. So it couldn't actually send any data over serial to the PC, and I don't know why exactly, but when it can't send data at boot, it just hangs. Like, it won't actually boot. It just does that BLOD behavior. So when I soldered the wire back to the pad, it was fine. It booted again. But I like, that behavior is really strange. You would think they would, like, serial shouldn't be blocking the boot process. That's really dumb. But for some reason it is.
Do you have also like the send wire connected, right?
I had the send wire connected as well. Which is worth noting, like, some consoles have a RX pad for sending UART data to, some don't. Mine did, so I soldered the cable to be able to send data over UART to the PS4 as well.
So my theory on what's happening is that, so what I noticed when connecting UART is that if like the PS4 isn't plugged into like the socket, like power, then I'm receiving a bunch of garbage on the UART port. And I assume because those pins are not grounded properly or stuff like that, so they're wired like weirdly.
They're
So
just
what
exposed to noise. Yeah, they're not grounded.
Yeah, so what I think what might be happening, since you have the send pin connected, is that if that connection becomes loose and there's like a bunch of static, that the PS4 may be receiving data on UART, although there shouldn't be none, which if the PS4 listens for data on UART at boot, then it might be receiving something and delaying boot because of that. Like, for example, if you have like U-boot bootloaders for, I don't know, Raspberry Pi or something, and then it does wait for UART input on like first 3 seconds, you can cancel boot and shit like that. So if there is something similar on PS4, this might be what's happening. But if true, this means that something reads UART, which we potentially may be able to interface with.
Yeah, it's a really like fascinating idea, and it makes a lot of sense. Like for those who maybe aren't too familiar with like electronics when it comes to the pin level and stuff. I mean, unconnected pins are literally used as a source of randomness for pseudo random number generation, because if you have a pin that's just exposed, dangling, it's not grounded, not receiving like active signals or anything, it's just going to receive signals from the air, like noise. So yeah, if there was noise going to the send pad in UART, then yeah, that could be like very fascinating. That there's potentially a byte being read as like a halt or something, or like it's almost like a secret, like a hidden debug sequence, I guess. Kind of like those old button combinations you can do on PS3 to bring up a hidden menu. Then they might be doing something similar with UART. Um, if that's the case, it wouldn't be too interesting for hitting like latest fully patched systems, because your UART is disabled by default. You have to run a payload to enable UART. But I mean, it still could be interesting. Like it could have some interesting applications if it checks out. So I think it's worth investigating. I don't know if would you
Wait,
want to
but
do like a stream investigating that, or I don't know if we'd want
I
to
mean,
stream it.
sure, good. So about the payload, so isn't there like some flash or NAND memory that you're like writing to with the payload
Um,
in order to enable UART, or like I'm not sure how that works.
yeah, so you can run a payload that does like perma UART, as people are calling it, that writes into uh NV the NV bank. I forget what the term is for it, but yeah, it is persistent.
NVRAM?
Maybe NVRAM, yeah. But it
Yeah,
is.
but I was thinking, can't you like use a hardware flasher to do exactly that?
I don't think so, because it's encrypted. Um, you would need the key for it, which we don't actually have.
Oh,
It's
I
just that
see.
with kernel, you can use the API to write into it. So you
Oh
would
yeah,
need
that
at
makes
least
sense.
you would need to be able to run an exploit at least once to be able to enable UART, basically.
Oh, so wait, is that if I update my system, would that stay?
I'm not sure. I don't know if anybody's really tested that. I don't think anyone's mentioned to me if that works or not, but somebody out there that's brave could try it and see if it persists across updates. I'm not sure on that aspect.
I'm pretty sure that once we get the exploit working, some people will upgrade, so may want to ask them. Oh, probably none of them have soldered UART.
Yeah, I doubt there's too many people out there who have UART soldered.
Anyways, should we proceed with the exploit?
Yeah, just in one sec. LM actually said, no, you don't. You can flip a byte with a hardware flasher to enable it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
But I thought all that shit was signed and was like, if you flip a byte without changing the or like, wouldn't that fuck with the checksum? Like, I don't know.
Well, if it's a checksum, you can just fix it up.
Yeah.
It depends how it is encrypted. If it's like some stream cipher, you can easily do that.
Yeah, I'm not sure
Like,
how it not that one. Oh, okay. So they have different banks, I guess, and some of them are encrypted and some aren't. Okay, interesting. I don't know
that
too
makes
much on
sense.
that side of things. I haven't really looked at the like uh the registry or whatever, like that level. I am gonna try the exploit now though. See what happens.
Oh, we may want to uncomment the send packet.
Maybe, yeah. We'll see. Wow, that took a long time. Okay. Yeah, all those prints in there were the reasoning behind that. Okay, so this is the start. So this is the send packets. This is where we start receiving them. Corruption I equals 0. Do I have a...
Corruption.
It's detecting corruption on every single one, so I think it's fucked. What did I mess up the check? 40 40 40. Wait, what? That should be fine.
You may need to put that in brackets though.
Alright, let's see if we can still run it again.
Also, can you uncomment the send packet like print?
I can, yeah. I do have to restart the system and then I'll do that. I'm setting Toasty on 7.50, standing by. Alright, let's get the beat counter going. We've got to pump it up. I'll just double check this for the quick while I'm here. So I equals 0, 100. The tag should be identical because it's highlighting it there. Yeah, maybe it's just the missing brackets.
Oh, actually, can you, after like the for loop with the send packets, put a sleep?
After here? Or after here, sorry. On 842?
Yes.
TD Maniac, thank you for the prime. Welcome in. So 20,000 seemed like a reasonable value. Just keep that value.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
That's good.
Send packet has the debug log. Let's get rid of both of these. We know these functions work, so don't need those prints at all.
Oh, actually, can you do one more sleep after the send packet for the corruption before you log it? In line 852.
Before we log it or before we receive... actually, it doesn't matter, I guess, because of the loop.
852.
Oh, yeah. Right here. Okay.
And I don't think you need to re-grab the lib kern, the usleep itself.
Oh, shit.
Because you already have
good
it.
Point. I'm actually going to move this so that I don't have to keep calling it or whatever. I'm going to move it at the top of... right up here. All right. So I think we should be rebooted by now, so we can give it a shot. I'm new to the PlayStation scene, coming from the Nintendo scene. Welcome, dude. Nintendo scene being Switch, I'm assuming. I don't know if the 3DS scene is still going, but
I think it is. I think they recently had some new hacks.
Oh, really? Nice. How old? The 3DS got to be pretty old by now. Eh? It's got to be like, well, I guess PS4 is old too. So, I mean, probably equally old actually. And 3DS. Oh, okay, so it is 3DS. Nice. That's cool if there's still stuff happening over there. I mess with both. I bought a Switch a little while ago to try to get into the Switch scene, and then when I saw how much amazing work people already in the Switch scene already had going, like working on a hypervisor and doing like the SDK and stuff, I was like, well, I don't feel like I'm actually needed here. So I just went back to PS4 because there was so many smart people already on Switch. I was like, okay, well, I'd probably just... I wouldn't be able to catch up, I don't think, in Switch. We just... we crashed.
Did you fuck up?
All I did was move the sleep though. Or like put the sleep in.
So where do we sleep again?
We sleep right on 844 and we sleep on 854.
That should be fine, and that should be fine too.
Oh, you know what? It panicked before we even got any prints. Oh wait, no, sorry, it didn't. It was just they put stuff in between. So it was after getting the UDP data that we crashed. It was after this.
Oh, is it an app crash?
Yeah, it was a WebKit crash, and then kernel crashed too because the double free had ran.
Are you sure you moved the uSleep definition at the correct point?
Yep, libkernel base has already been defined. Var uSleep is in the proper spot.
Wait, where's...
Yeah, that should be fine. What the fuck?
Try calling uSleep right away. Maybe I think that's...
We'll test it when we reboot here.
Yes.
I mean, it's worked before. I don't know why it would suddenly break.
Where's libkern base defined though?
That's defined further up. Let me libkernel base up here. That's it. It basically it reads the jump target for the imports for WebKit, but it does that like way before any of this code runs. So, yeah, I mean this should be fine. I shouldn't be calling an invalid pointer, but we'll see. It could have been an unlucky crash too. Could have just been WebKit had hit a snafu or something before it got to, I don't know. Why is stream elements bot not working? Oh, the commands aren't working. That sucks. I feel like I've seen stream elements go down before for other people too, so I don't think it's too uncommon of an occurrence. Oh, I know why. Oh, okay, so maybe ABC messed it up. No, it's because I banned the words. Oh, okay. We got a confliction with the bot's responses in the word list. Someone said this won't get released because it's for research. Were they trolling or is it true? I don't think we've ever said that we won't release it. So.
Oh, I've definitely trolled before.
Oh, okay. So maybe that's why. So uSleep did get called.
Huh.
Yeah, it successfully called it. It didn't crash. So I don't know. Maybe it just got unlucky.
All right.
You know what?
Let's try again.
I'm gonna uncomment the double free actually, just in case. We'll let it run all the way and see if WebKit crashes.
Okay, makes sense.
Yeah, that way we don't have to wait more. Okay, we do still have a bug where it's saying it has corruption on every single line. Which I don't really understand.
Let's fix that.
What is this? The p.recipe packet. Okay, let me see. Oh, that's why. I forgot. Okay, I see what the problem is. I made it so that it returns a read 8. So this is not actually a raw value. It's an N64. So that's why. That should fix that.
Alright, shall we try it again to verify that fix?
Yeah.
And then
Why did it stop at 83? Or hex 83?
and you're not printing in hex anymore.
Packet data.
Oh yeah, 2 string 16.
I don't know why it stopped after hex 83 though. That is strange. And that's the same number we okay, we crashed. For some
Oh, the
what?
browser crash?
Yeah, the browser's crashing. The 2 string on packet data is crashing, I think. But why?
Yeah, why didn't you say 2 string 16?
That's what I did.
No, you only did 2 string, I think.
Pretty sure I had 16, but let's try it again.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
It's really like strange that that would cause a WebKit crash, but it does. It crashes it immediately. Why though? Okay. For now, just for now, I'm gonna change this to a read 4 because something's going on with the N64 class. I don't know what, but it's having issues right now. There's some kind of corruption happening there. Yeah. When I remove the N64 usage, it works. It still stops it after hex 83, but to fix that, I can just make it go to.
Do you still increment the limits for the socket?
I don't believe so. I can copy that over. That was the set sock op, right? Or was it?
Yeah, I think so.
Sock op. What? Set sock. What? I can't find
Shift Control F.
it. Should be finding it anyway. Did I lose the code for doing that? What the fuck? I had backups made, and it's not in any of the backups? Let me just check here. I guess I don't have that code anymore. Somehow, between all 6 backups. I'm pretty sure we added that pretty early on. Oh, fuck. Okay, you know, I'm just gonna make it so it only does it hex 50 times for now.
Okay.
Because we have the U sleeps in there, so it's.
Well, the U sleep isn't like, it's for a different purpose, but yeah.
Okay, so let's add in the double free and see if we get the.
Wait, just do OX70 if it stops at 80. You can still do a couple more.
All right. I will re-add the double free trigger. Let's see if we get the corruption we want. So I'm gonna clear the scroll back here. Spec, I sent you NVS layout, etc. for you via Discord PM. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't know if I'll. Oh my god, no! Please. Why did WebKit crash now? I didn't even change anything, dude. All I did was change numbers. This is frustrating. This is why I hate fucking WebKit. I hate it so much.
I hate it too.
I'm wondering if we're allocating too much, and just by
Allocating
to the
too
like
much what?
like using too much WebKit memory to the point where even uncommenting code, even if the code is fine, causes crashes. I've seen it before. On 5.05. Like after you add so much to like code to WebKit, it just gets to a point where I don't know if it triggers garbage collection or something, but it'll just like destroy everything.
Like, cause you do memory allocate. I mean, we do a lot of WebKit allocations.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, do we?
I try to do caching for most of it, so I don't think we actually do like that many allocations, but I don't know what's going on with WebKit. This is like, I hate when these issues happen because these are one of these issues where it's like it's extremely hard to debug. All right, you want to hear atrocious soldering? I tried to put a Xeno GC in my GameCube and managed to overheat the motherboard so hard I actually melted the gold off the debug port. I was supposed to solder it too. Miraculously, the GameCube still boots and reads this fine, but there's no way to add a mod chip now. Wow, that is... How do you get it that hot? Because you got to get it, like... You're getting to the point of reflow temperatures there, and like 200 degrees Celsius and higher. Cheapo Chinese soldering iron? Ah, fair enough. Yeah, soldering irons is one of those things I learned early not to cheap out on. When I took like an engineering class when I was in high school, and we had some cheap soldering irons there, and they were absolute garbage. And it would be so easy to get like gold solder joints and shit like that too, because they just weren't good. And people at the school didn't know how to actually maintain the tips of the soldering iron properly. They didn't clean them right, and they would get ruined. Yeah. It's important to have good soldering irons. So I think I commented back out the double free just to see if this will run without WebKit crashing. Which doesn't. So something else in WebKit broke now. I can't possibly know what. It's after the UDP data, that's all I know. It's something here. It's the... You know what? I'm going to do debug log 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. I don't really want to put them in that loop if I don't have to.
Oh, is your WebKit crashing?
No, it didn't crash. It worked fine. All I did was add debug prints, and it worked fine.
No, I mean before the debug prints.
Yeah, it was crashing, yeah. All I did was add printfs, basically, and it works fine. This is why all my homies hate WebKit, right here. Now it crashed again. Now it crashed again. Now it didn't crash. Okay.
Can you make
something's
sure
messed up.
that can you make sure that when you receive data on the socket that you actually always read 4 bytes?
I can. Let me just put this into here so I can look at when it crashes. Yeah, it doesn't even reach any of my prints before it crashes. It crashes... Wait, what? Why does it not even reach the one print?
You didn't have that print before? Or did you?
I did. It's not even reaching the end of the UDP data dump. Let me comment this out since we don't need it anymore anyway. I just want to see what happens. One, two, three, crash. 1, 2, 3, crash. Okay. 1, 2, 3, no crash. So
try removing the usleeps.
It's the crash was happening on the send packet though. It was happening after 3.
Huh.
Yeah, I don't know. We've introduced some kind of instability into WebKit, it seems.
Oh, how does the send packet function look like?
I will check it in just 1 sec. Okay, so this time it worked. Let's try it again. Okay. Send packet looks like this. All we do is we write into the send data cache and send it to the socket.
Data.
It's like something in the ROP chain sometimes gets corrupted when calling the syscall or something. I don't know. It's really weird. Chromium... Oh, sorry. Let me scroll up. Chromium is technically WebKit based on Blink, which is based on WebKit. WebKit and Blink their forks have diverged quite a bit. Because that fork happened back in didn't it happen close to 2010 or something? I think it's been quite a while, so it might be pretty significantly different. And I think Blink is the rendering engine. V8 is a different stack. So because there's Blink for rendering and V8 for JavaScript. So there is the 2 different components there.
Yo, if you said that the int64 class is broken, try changing line 732 to write 4 instead of write 8.
Okay. Let's give that a shot and see what happens. Okay, crash, but that might have been the old page load. Okay, that worked. No, it's still insta-crashing. At times. You know what? I bet if I add this debug log back in, it works fine. Because that's just how stupid WebKit is. Oh, okay. No, it doesn't. It does get... So it runs a few times and then WebKit crashes. Which is really I don't know what to do about that. This is clearly some kind of corruption happening at the ROP chain level, which I really don't want to try to have to debug tonight, because that code is a whole nother can of worms. There could be a million things causing this. And yet I'm crashing more than I'm succeeding.
How did we even get there in first place?
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird that send sometimes crashes, but it runs at least a few times before it crashes. So it's... Something is wonky in WebKit. We did reach the end. I think I'm going to add the double free back in and just kind of hope we hit the lucky one. Because I might try to debug the user, the WebKit crash off stream, because that's going to be really damn frustrating and tedious, and it's not going to be fun to watch. It's probably going to take me hours of just putting print statements in and stuff. It's going to be brutal. So yeah, I'm going to uncomment the double free. Hope we get lucky. If not, we'll restart and give it another shot.
Can you, like, inside the WebKit process, map memory and make it executable?
No. You used to be able to do that on early firmwares through JIT, but they reworked JIT so that you can't do that anymore.
So you cannot inject executable code?
No, not until you run a kernel ROP chain to patch the mmap syscall. Oh, well, we got unlucky, which means we're probably going to be rebooting. Yeah.
Wait, why the mmap syscall?
Because they have I think they patched mmap on their build so that you can't, like, if you pass the execute flag, it just strips it out when you pass it to mmap.
What about mprotect?
That I think it does the same thing. It'll return 0 as if it succeeds, but the flag isn't actually set. So if you try to execute code, you'll get an access violation. Wouldn't it be possible to only run the kernel exploit when a valid WebKit exploit occurred? No, because the WebKit exploit is crashing after the double free happens, and we can't change that order. We have to have those sends happen after the double free is triggered, so we're kind of stuck with the PS4 stupidity, unfortunately. We're probably going to have a lot of beeps coming in here because we're stacking instability now with kernel and WebKit. So the kernel is already exploited. No. No, we have not gotten kernel exploit going.
I mean, at this point, assuming we can actually test it, then we really want to just do a couple things. Do the sanity check that the override works, replace the override with the UDP packet, potentially either test the leak first or go straight for overwriting the packet, and then we're almost done, right? Then it's just some post exploitation.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to finish it today. I think we did get like some progress, right? Especially with your like annotations of Sleer's exploit. Like I think we have a solid exploit strategy. It's just a matter of getting there, which we won't do tonight because, like I said, I'm gonna have to fix WebKit, which I'm gonna do off stream. I don't want to bore you guys with the tedium of that on stream. It's literally just gonna be me like dicking around until I get it to work, like so. Which I guess is kind of true of the kernel exploit too, but the kernel exploit it's more deterministic and we can kind of work through it. Whereas WebKit's just black magic. It doesn't make sense. So because there's multiple threads running, there's garbage collection running.
This is why usually for exploitation, I just go to C as quickly as possible.
Yeah. Yep. So let's see if we can get lucky on this run. We got lucky. Look at that. But nothing happened, I don't think. Right? We did get corruption.
Right, there were some corruption 9.
Yeah. So let me get this over to Sublime. So we got corruption on index 9. Because this was not 9, it was E. But then E is also E. We didn't get any overwrite here.
Why didn't... Wait. So let me look at the log for a little bit.
Yep, no worries. Is that your
Okay.
chair creaking, or is there a radioactive meteor nearby? Is my chair creaking? I can't hear it through my headset, but it's possible that it is.
Eight. Send it.
We got copy pastas going. Hell yeah.
Yeah, weird, because E is supposed to be overwritten by the packet we sent.
Ideally, yeah. It should be getting written by the hex 4 ones. Um, is it maybe the sleep is too long between when we're sending the like spray packets and the receive and respray?
So the first sleep, the one that you just marked, this makes sure that all the spray packets we sent actually arrive. So once we finish that sleep, we have two tagged. We have basically the overlap we just seen,
Mm-hmm.
right? So then we're kind of safe. And then whenever we do the read, um, we free a packet and then send it back, and then we sleep to make sure that packet arrives.
Do we want to tune down the sleep maybe though? To like 10, back down to 10. I'm thinking the sleep
No,
is too long. That's where my line of thinking is going.
there's no reason why a long sleep should make it bad. So we want to make sure that the send packet arrives and overrides the buffer, because we want to avoid that we continue freeing packets before that packet actually got allocated properly.
Okay.
In case that's even a thing.
The other thing is, I'm pretty sure when we did this before, we sent the packet twice, didn't we? When we did it before.
I mean, you can copy and paste it like a couple times, um,
I'm just double
and do it
checking
for.
if I remembered correctly.
Yeah, I mean we did. I mean, just for sanity checks, we can do that here too, and send like for 1, for 2, for 3. Can send it like 4 times and change it every time so we know which one exactly got allocated. Maybe like 2 more. The only issue is though that with the UDP packet, we will only have one shot unless we actually allocate more UDP packets,
Yeah.
which we also could do, I guess. Yeah, we could really spray a bunch of UDP packets. All right, let's try this.
Okay. Lucas BR54, thank you for the Twitch Prime. So sorry, what do you want to just try the multiple send packets here?
Yeah, this is what I want to try next.
Okay. Assuming we
Because I
don't
mean,
crash here.
we could do the same with the UDP packets. We could just spray a bunch of them, and then it doesn't really matter which of them gets there.
WebKit did crash. Kernel didn't though, so we might be fine. Might have spoke too soon though because I'm hanging. Okay, hold on. Yeah, spoke too soon. All right. Yeah, guys, don't fight in chat, please. We don't need that.
You really think some ROPS things are broken?
I think so. Have you ever looked at how the userland exploit stuff works on like my I think QWERTY actually wrote the 5.05 strategy. I wrote the 6.20 one. But essentially what he does is he leaks a parse float function pointer from WebKit, and then he like sets up a ROP chain off of that. Like I think it's, let me see, p.fcall right here. So he does like some yeah, sorry, launch chain. This is what I was looking for. So he does some like this interesting stack pivot stuff, and I'm thinking I don't know why, but for some reason something in the ROP chain setup for calling syscalls is getting corrupted, which is why WebKit's crashing. It's the only thing that makes sense to me as to why it sometimes crashes and sometimes doesn't. Usually that means there's some kind of corruption deep in the ROP chain setup, which is gonna suck to debug. Come on, Spectre, let's play Black Ops Zombies. I mean, I would be down to do like some game streams. We've talked about it before, actually, doing some like game streams on the Day Zero Sec channel with people from the community. If people were interested in that, I think a long while ago we were talking about maybe doing it with Destiny 2 because there was some talk around that. Recently we were talking about some zombies. I remember. I think last stream we talked about that.
Yeah, I'd be down.
Yeah, I think that'd be fun. I don't think we have to keep this channel, like, so far it's been exclusively tech streams, like science and technology, but I would be down to do some game streams too. I think it'd be a lot of fun. And we'd like to do some more community stuff. So I think we are rebooted. I was already an Opera power user, but when GX dropped, I never looked back. I used to use Opera very long time ago, but I haven't used it since. We kernel panicked real fast because WebKit crashed. How come
most people don't develop exploits in C++ but regular C? Isn't C++ more powerful? Oh, totally. So this is why I write my exploits usually in C++, and this is why they're more powerful.
Is that how you get the extra stability on your iOS exploits? Is that your secret?
They're not more stable. They're just more powerful.
Right.
Like
Okay.
you know when the exploit hits, it just hits more powerful. It doesn't make it more stable.
When you crash and you see hex 4 ones in the instruction pointer, it's in bold when you do it with C++.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, jokes aside, I actually love C++. I even recently wrote a style guide, which basically represents the way I am usually coding.
Do you use it for exploits though?
I mean, I use it for pretty much anything.
Okay.
Like, if the exploit gets more complex, then like more than just a couple things like crazy heap spray and setups and shit like that, then potentially I use that too. Yes.
Now that is an interesting idea, an exploits code style guide.
No, I mean, because the way you want to do it is you essentially want to check everything. Like, if any line of code fails, you want to like either expect it and handle it properly, or if you're not expecting it, you want to be like terminate the program, be notified immediately so you can debug that. Because if, for example, you're writing an exploit and then some function fails, and for example, buffer isn't allocated, then the exploit will fail, and you don't want that.
There
It's
was
gonna be hard to debug.
somebody, I don't know if they still do it, but there was somebody I knew who would write exploits, like memory corruption exploits, using Golang. I don't know why you would do this. It sounds like you are intentionally making your own life difficult, but I mean, you could write exploits in Golang if you wanted to, I guess. You would have to use the unsafe package or whatever to be able to get some semblance of raw pointers. You'd have to do a lot of work to get what you get for free in C, but I guess you can do that.
I tried hacking on a Go project recently. So basically, have you heard of Nebula VPN, which is a project written in Go?
No, I haven't.
It's a pretty cool actually. So what it lets you do is it's a P2P VPN where you need one node which is reachable on a public IP, and all the other nodes they can be behind net, and they can still do direct communication, and it's like direct VPN, which is pretty cool. I tried to I attempted to add IPv6 support on the outer layer, but I gave up because I don't know Go, and that's just terrible.
I really like Golang actually. I use it quite a bit. I enjoy using it.
Oh, someone looked up the style guide. Yeah, it's in lib general on my GitHub.
I gotta take a look at this.
Oh
in a
shit, we
second.
do have a corruption.
Do we? Okay, one sec. I will check. What do we have? Oh shit, we do. Wow, it took a few packets though, eh? It wasn't we didn't get any A's. We got B's and C's, but we did get it.
But why do we have two of them?
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, because they're being hit back to back. Okay, that is strange. I will look at that in a second. I want to see the style guide thing because somebody just brought it up. So this is your
That's my style guide.
do not use raw pointers or raw memory. Okay, so to be fair, my friend Kiwi would absolutely agree with you. He hates it when people write C-like code in C++ using like let's say malloc instead of new and shit like that. And not using auto pointers.
You should not use that, but in practice, it's you just like can't avoid it because usually I use like a C library, and then you just can't avoid it anymore.
Yeah. Put curly braces on the same line. Oh, this one I break, as you have probably already noted. I do this
Yeah, because
style.
you're using Visual Studio.
Um, good and bad. Oh yeah, streams are horrible. Have you checked out the OpenOrbis SDK at all that we work on?
No, I haven't.
Dude, literally everything I've tested in the standard library works in our homebrew SDK for the PS4, except for cout. Except for cout. String streams work, file streams work, but cout for some reason doesn't work. It's really like it's so messed up. Because cout under the hood is really just like a file stream to the std out file descriptor, but it doesn't work. It really pisses me off. I even tried disabling buffering, thinking it was a buffering issue, and it didn't fix it. Exceptions. Okay, I don't like exceptions, but that's fair.
You're using it wrong though, because if you're using it the lib general way, they're great.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay. Traditional C error checking, variable declaration, initialization. Do you use smart pointers or no? I'm assuming not.
I mean, not very often. Sometimes, yes. So I'm rewriting one project where I realized that I just can't avoid using smart pointers because I really need to track the lifetime. But most of the time, if you just look at the example function given right there, you don't even need smart pointers.
Oh, okay. Man, this
Because
is
if you end up passing like the raw pointer in like every second function anyways, then I'm not sure using the smart pointer is actually annoying, I think.
what about oh, I forgot to look. Did you have anything on iterators? No. No.
Not specifically, so this is like not just not mentioned here, but I usually use like for in loops.
Fair enough. All right. So I should actually send that over to Kiwi and see if he has any thoughts on it. I feel like he'd probably have some. Uh, he's very strongly opinioned when it comes to C++. So he'd probably have some funny things to say on some of the points. All right. So we'll get back to this stuff. So yeah, this is really messed up that it hits
Actually,
both of them back to back. I don't understand. Like, there's only one double free happening, or there should only be one double free happening, right? So, oh, wait a minute. So, these packets get sprayed, right? Let's say the double free happens right here at like the hex A index or whatever. Or sorry, the hex 4 and hex 7 index. So this would be
I think we do
yeah.
trigger it twice. Let's look at it the way Slayer does it.
So let me go to your annotated form because that's easier for me to read. Okay.
If you look at line 57, he actually puts RTH header 2 size above 30, like above 8. Maybe we need to do that, because otherwise we're triggering it twice. Do we do that?
We could try that. Why would it double free again though? What are we missing there? Suggestion for stream: do some brief, simple explanations. Easy to get lost if you're not familiar with coding. I try to do that. It's just that if we try to do that at every stage, it really like it's hard to find that balance of staying in flow and like getting sidetracked because we're already on like the third stream for doing this, so we don't want to move too slowly. That's all. Does the write-up say anything about why it attempts to rearrange such that it's contained in a single mbuff?
Oh, he doesn't even fill the packets with useful shit at all. He literally just sends 2 empty packets.
I'm trying to visualize like why it happens twice.
I mean, we can just try increasing the size of the second packet. I think ours is too low, or maybe too low. Actually, why is that shit is so big? Actually, in contrast to what we're doing.
Actually, though, which
I would suggest doing a backup of that stage and try to trigger the UF his way.
Oh, you want to abandon this way?
No, not abandon. I mean just a fragmented packet which triggers the UF.
Oh, so instead use the what we had already with the send fragmented packet, but slot that in for this. Like take this out.
Dude, are you tired?
You said to replace it with the
But the way he triggers the UAF, which is like in his talk just 4 lines of code.
Okay, let me go down to where
which is line 304. Like just this tiny part I want to try replacing and see if we then only hit the double free once, because it kind of does feel like we're hitting it twice with our current code.
Okay, but I don't really see what he's doing different that would make it act differently. But
well, the sizes. The first package is pretty huge, and the second one too. And ours, if I remember correctly, are pretty small.
I mean, yeah, I guess we can give it a shot. I just got to bring up the code on the other screen here. Okay, so keep all this code the same and just change how the UAF is triggered.
Yeah, but back it up first, just in case.
Yeah. All right, so we triggered the double free here. All right, so I might have to move a few things because I have these defined lower down. Particularly this. I think I'm going to move all of this stuff up because it doesn't need to be down here. It can be above the double free and it won't break anything. So I'm going to move this stuff to up here. All right. So here we can trigger the double free.
I think you also move the, or is that just the functions?
This has to move too, actually. This has to move to here. Actually, it has to move higher than that. It has to move here. Okay. That should be good. All right. Trigger double free. So this is where he sends. Okay, right. I see. Okay. So how did I build it down here when I did it?
Oh, we just manually build it.
Sorry, it's been a while since I did the packet defragment stuff, so I'm just checking here. So the build RTHDR is the 43 and then the 000 stuff. And then he uses the send fragment function. Okay. All right. So in here...
Well, it's not going to be 000 though, because the 1 is dependent on size.
Yeah, I was just looking at the RTHDR, like that function that he set up.
I see.
Yeah. So we'll do the double free packet. How large is the buffer? Probably like...
It's OX68 plus 32 decimal.
Okay. So let me comment this code and move it. Sorry, I'm just kind of talking to myself. Makes it easier.
That's cool.
All right. So
is your
double free packet.
Is your country in curfew, Teamster? Do you even care? What does curfew mean?
Like you have to be home by a certain time, basically. You can't be out on the street or out in public after a certain time.
So
that's what a curfew is.
A couple cities do have that. The city where I live in does not have that, but I mean, I don't leave the house anyway, so I don't care.
So this is where he defines 068.
Oh, it's not 8 divided by 8, it's 0x68.
Yeah.
Yes. Divided by 8 plus 1, I think. No, minus 1.
Yeah. And then we're doing 0. I think this one is also 0. And then the rest of them.
Me a good C++ starter guide for beginners. So for beginners, I would recommend the C Bible, which is the C programming language by Ritchie and Carringham. So this one you should read if you want to get into programming. If you want to do C++, you can read the C++ Bible, which is like the book by Sternstrup, or what's his name is, but that one is very, very dry. I didn't even, yeah, exactly that one. I didn't even manage to like fully finish that myself. Like at some point, I was reading 10 pages and just falling asleep. But if you manage to get through, you will be great at programming.
Yeah, I mean, there's some really like neat programming based books out there. It's just people really don't want to bother reading them because of how dry some of them can be. So let me just see if this is. I think there is one thing I have to change here. The size for this right. It has to be whatever our THDR2 size is, which
It's 33, 32.
okay, right. It's the 32 in decimal. You said, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So 32 decimal divided by 8 minus 1. Everything else should be fine there. And then it's just a matter of sending the fragments. So
Line 796, that should be
32.
yes, but that's still not entirely correct. I think that should be
it should be
0x68 plus 32.
there we go. Right? Because
yeah, that should be correct.
All right. So now that we have that, we just got to send the fragments, fragmented packets. It's not giving me the damn definition, even though it's an IDE. I don't know why. So I'll just comment it down.
I think you fucked up though.
Why?
Because the way you define send fragmented packet, you take a JavaScript array.
Double check on that. Okay, I thought I changed that, but I guess I didn't. You're right. I can quickly change that though. I can just make this to that, and we'll backspace all of that. So that makes sense. And then I just gotta backspace all this stuff too. Oh, that doesn't work on VS Code. I forgot. I really like that keyboard. Control Shift and then go to end to go to the end of all the lines you selected, but it doesn't work here, so it's fine.
What about Control E?
That searches files by name apparently.
Oh.
Yeah. VS Code is a little bit weird when it comes to keyboard shortcuts. But this should be, oh, and that one too. Okay, that should fix all of that.
What's Twitch raids?
Twitch, oh, Twitch raids?
Yeah.
It's when if somebody's streaming and then they're about to go offline, they can choose to send all their viewers off, like host a channel, so all their viewers get sent to whoever they choose, when they go offline. So it's basically like redirecting all your viewers to somebody else at the end of your stream. That's called a raid on Twitch. Which we might do today, actually. We'll see. We might have a raid target for when we end off, which I think will probably be kind of soon because WebKit is really unstable, which I'm not going to fix on stream, like I said. And I'm getting pretty damn hungry because we've been going for close to 5 hours.
4.5 hours.
Yeah, just over 4.5 hours. So this we'll just send with 1337 again. The split offset will be the first segment size, which will be hex 68, I think, right?
Oh, the first offset is 0.
The split offset? Oh, yeah, okay. And then we'll be sending the double free packets. So this is one thing.
Packet.
This is one thing where I do have to change something. I have to make it so you can pass in a data size because I'm going to be sending the same buffer in both fragments, but the size will be different. So I'm going to have to change this back to data size.
Oh, why I feel like if you do that, you will fuck up all the other invocations. Why don't you do like some fancy JavaScript array copy?
I'm not really sure how I'd work that in with how I have it now.
Isn't it like array.splice or something like that? Or array, whatever. Just do it however you're comfortable with.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do it that way. So we pass the data size, which right, okay, that should be good. Oh, we probably don't want to do this. Ah, fuck it. We'll leave the dumping. It's not a race. It'll be fine. So we have that, and then let me go back up.
Oh, it is .slice.
Yeah, you can use slice to get like the elements in an array between two indexes, but like the way I'm thinking about it in my head, I think this just makes more sense because it more closely matches what he does anyway. So yeah, this is gonna have data size now. So this is where we're gonna pass hex 68, and then
a 1.
1 fragmented packets, same ID. We're gonna send it with a split fragment of the first packet size. Then we're going to set it to what did you say was the size of the buffer? Sorry. I mean, it doesn't matter. I can just do double free packet dot length, subtract 60 hex 68, and 0 on that. Okay, that should trigger the double free.
Wait, what are you even doing?
What do you mean, what am I doing? I'm triggering the double free by sending the fragmented packets.
No. 801 is wrong.
Why is it wrong?
You're supposed to pass in an array, not a number. You forget to pass in the array.
Yeah. Because I was so focused on the array size.
No, the line below.
Yeah. So that one I pass in the array size. That's data size. That's fragments.
Yeah, it's still size. Wrong though. Or how did you define send fragmented? Yeah, you really shouldn't. You really shouldn't pass the size separately, because now you need to define the correct offset within the double free packet, which is not what we want. Honestly, you should just change it back and use slice. Otherwise, you're sending like, where does it like the second call? Does it start with the array again from the beginning, or does it use the offset internally correctly? Because we want it that way here, but the other way around when we send the UDP packet. I feel like you should just use splice.
So when it sends the packet, it I mean, doesn't Scooby do this the exact same way I do here?
No, because he has like the offsets. Or does he? Yeah, because he passes a different buffer input, and then in line 727 where you do data I, he would there, like before he would adjust data to be the correct offset. So I would honestly, I would just remove the data size argument. Otherwise, you will just confuse yourself.
Okay, I'm already confused though, because if I look at his code, it's sending the same. It's not modifying buffer between the two fragments.
No,
So
but line 304 and 305, it's buff and buff plus header size 1.
that's for the RTHDR. That's not for the packet fragment header.
Yeah, but the send fragment actually does take the offset into account, which you don't with your function.
We're what on lines 29 and 30, or 28 to 30? Sorry.
No, 36.
It writes to header plus I equals source offset plus I. Okay. And I do.
Yeah, you don't do that, but let's keep it the way you do it. Because see, it's just data I, but you don't actually take the offset into account when indexing the data, which makes sense because we're in JavaScript. Anyways.
I think I should actually.
No, because otherwise you need to make a large array, larger than you actually need for the case where we send the TCP, the UDP packet. So it doesn't make sense. Just honestly, just remove the data size argument.
Okay.
Because then you can just straight up pass the data as a JavaScript array and an offset, and you don't need to worry about like the internal offset.
So you're saying call it like that, and then when we call it here, sorry, let me just get rid of this real quick. I gotta look up the splice function.
Slice,
I'm pretty sure, or yeah, sorry,
yeah, I send you a
slice.
link in Discord.
I'm pretty sure I know how to call it, but I just want to make doubly sure. Yeah, okay. So we do a slice, and we're gonna take 068, and I think if you just pass one argument, if end is omitted, it goes to the end. Okay, yeah, perfect. Okay.
And then for the first one, you want to do 068.
Yeah.
Line 800.
Yeah, so that'll give me the first 68. This will give me the next 68. No, or after hex 68. Yeah.
Yeah, so because that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that makes it easier. Okay. So let's give that a shot.
Yeah, I want to see if we only triggered a bug once now.
Okay, we crashed, so we will restart the system and try it. Just to make sure, I do have the previous trigger I had commented out, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I do. Okay, good. All right, seems good. Why the bug from 5.05 and not 6.72 and such? Was that one different and patched? And this IPv6 one's the same. I just use 5.05 because it's a lot more stable than the higher firmware exploit chains. And when you're testing an exploit that you're already like trying to work through, you don't want to be dealing with other like bullshit crashes in between too. It makes it so much more annoying. So where 5.05, I know it's like really nice and stable. That's why I like to stay there for this stuff.
Did you code all the exploits on 505?
What's that, sorry?
Did you do all the exploits on that firmware?
No, actually, I moved up firmwares as they happened, kind of. So back in like 2018 or whatever, when Failoverflow released the bug, I exploited 4.05 blind. That was extremely not fun. And then from 4.05, we moved to 4.55, which I think QWERTY got that working before I moved up to 4.55. I think I might have tried it on 4.05, but for the most part, I just moved up as we like went up in firmware, pretty much. I think we tested 5.05 on 4.55, but yeah, there were a few that I wrote blind in between, and like the 4.05 issue when I had to exploit that blind, that took me like, I think that took me like 2 weeks of working on it almost every day to get it to work properly, because the 4.05 bug was an arbitrary free issue, and we had an info leak, but we didn't actually know what we were leaking, so it was really, it was basically a guessing game when I did it. Blind is in having no root logs while attempting to exploit. Yeah, exactly. I had no like UART like we do now. I didn't have that. All I had was JavaScript, basically. Anything I could echo over JavaScript, and that was all I had on 4.05. Okay, let us see if the PS4 restarted. It should have by now. It's been given enough time. Notice me, Spectre. I notice you. Don't worry.
He writes that like every, I don't know, half hour. Like
Oh,
every
I must
30
have missed the
minutes.
other ones. I didn't notice you before. Sorry. Oh, okay. Something. PS4 isn't connecting to my exploits server. I wonder if an IP changed somewhere. I have to check if my computer changed IP.
Your Windows?
My Windows, yeah. It did not.
Why? How?
It did
How
not.
is that a thing?
Yeah, it didn't change IP, but something is. Maybe the fake DNS server went down. Let me check on that. Where is fake DNS? Right there. Let's drag this over. That way I can go back to the PS4 on that monitor. It's matching the request, but it's not actually loading. Maybe the web server died. Okay, there we go. We got it working again now. Okay, WebKit crash, which means we're probably screwed. Okay, maybe not. No corruption.
Alright, we may have fucked up the fragment.
Alright, let's double check here. So we set. Let me bring it up on the other screen.
Before we debug that, can you change 1337 to 1338? because it's important that we don't reuse the IDs later, and I'm pretty sure we will forget.
Yep, no worries. We can do that. Okay. So that build RTHDR function, so this is correct.
Oh, I see what the issue is.
Do you? What's the issue?
So it's not actually slice 0 to 68. It should be slice 0 to 0x38.
Why 38?
It's an exploit code.
Wait, what? We're sending... Hold on. The first fragment size. Let me look at what this is.
It's 0x38.
Oh, okay. I got the... Okay, interesting. There we go.
Then you also need to fix the offset.
There we go. Are these correct?
That
yeah,
should
I think
be
those
good.
are correct. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I got the RTHDR size confused with the fragment size. That's what happened there.
Yeah, I didn't notice too.
No corruption again, though.
Do we do a sleep afterwards? Might want to try sleep. It's terrible that he uses the 0 string in nano sleep instead of just doing it properly.
Let's try this sleep. I feel like we should have crashed, though, if the double free triggered. Normally would have gotten a panic by now. Yeah, no corruption again. Yeah, double free's not triggering.
To the correct socket, then is the socket initialized?
Yeah, let us check that. I think... Well, it should be sending to the raw socket, so that should be fine. Right, it sends to spray socket raw, which when we triggered the double free, I think we did use it. Wait, hold on. Let me check what we used to trigger it before.
But is the socket initialized though?
It is, but we did do the double free on a different socket. We used sock, not the spray socket, so that might be a good shout. I've got to change this to allow for us to pass in a socket D.
Doesn't really matter. It should be the raw socket.
The one it should work on both, but I'll add it in there just in case that could be the issue for a reason we're not considering.
I feel like that will add up more confusion.
I think it'll be fine.
Did you say fine or fun?
Fine. Okay, it's still not triggering, but no harm done there, really. So what am I...
Alright, maybe time to dump the headers.
That's what I'm thinking. But I do want to double check first that I'm building the second header correctly. Because it's passing the size, which is the second RTHDR2 size, which is 32, so that makes sense. And then it's padding to the size to 32, which that makes sense. And this also makes sense, I think. THDR size. That's the X68. Yeah, okay, so that makes sense too. Yeah, I guess we should probably dump, I guess. Alan adds 03. Thank you for the Twitch Prime. Welcome in. Eduardo, RFS rating with a party of 28. Welcome in, everyone. Thank you for the raid, dude. What were you guys up to before you came over to our lovely exploitation stream? So I think you've dumped the packets before, right? It's probably in our DM somewhere.
Oh, these ones are different though. He doesn't
Oh, that's
fill them
true.
at all.
Yeah. Yeah, because everything looks fine for me, or to me, like reading the source code, but
Let's do a quick dump.
all right. I already have the dump built into the fragmented packet command, so we can verify whenever you get the dump.
All right.
That said,
So
I do just need a minute. I'm just gonna take a quick washroom break.
Okay,
So
I'll just verify the dumps.
okay. I am gonna go to the BRB screen real quick, and then we'll be right back. Actually, before I go, Z does have a new challenge, so I will get that up.
Oh, can you send me the dump then on Discord?
Yep, I can for sure. I just gotta get this image up and running for the BRB screen. Oh, where did I put that? One sec. Okay. All right, so I will send you the dump really fast. So this is the double free, I believe. So I'll send that over to you. All right, so that should be the dumped fragmented packets. I will be right back. Take a look at the challenge if you guys are interested. And I'll be back in a few minutes. Shouldn't be too long. All right, we're back. I know that was kind of a short BRB screen, so I don't know if anybody actually got the issue there, but did somebody get the issue? I actually don't even know. I didn't look at it too much when Z sent it to me, so did somebody get it though, Z? No one got it? Okay, so we'll leave it then. All good. All right. Yeah, that was a fast break. So, Teamstar, I think shortly before I got back, you were saying you verified the packets, yeah?
Yeah, so they look like correct.
So it's like we're maybe triggering it, but maybe it's less noisy, like you're saying. Maybe where it's only causing one double free instead of two.
Yeah, we should
It's
still see that. I don't think we hit a double free. Otherwise, we should A, either see it, or B, it should panic the console, which it doesn't.
yeah, I don't know. Especially like if the packets match what he sends, then what's the discrepancy? Like,
Teamster, do you know about Darwin? They have same syscalls and have FreeBSD. I mean, I suppose like a bunch of it is POSIX, which is similar on Darwin, on BSD, and Unix.
yeah, there will be some similarities. They might not be implemented like with the same code. They'll probably have different like flags or anything that syscalls take are probably going to vary between operating systems because people like changing that shit for no reason. They're not actually under the POSIX
True.
standard.
I mean, Darwin actually has a subsystem of BSD, so it actually does use some BSD internally.
Yeah. So he sends the fragments. He sleeps for a
4,000 nanoseconds.
that is so weird how he sends that. Um, Set affinity, and then he sprays the tagged bus, which is pretty much what we do. I mean, yeah, I don't really see. Hmm. How I was gonna say maybe because the sizes are different, where his fragments are bigger, but he spray like the mbus that he sprays, the tagged mbus, are the same size as ours. They're 4 bytes, right? Because it's just an integer.
Yeah.
So that should be the same too. Um. So I don't see why it's working for him and it's not doing anything for us.
Try not changing anything and just running it again.
I mean, yeah, we can do that. I gotta switch back over for that. Okay, WebKit crashed. WebKit crashed. Yeah, I don't think there's a possible way that this double free is triggering because
Yeah,
no
agreed.
corruption, no panic. There's not enough noise.
All right. What about our previous where we didn't change that? Can we just increase the payload size on the second packet we sent? Maybe that's enough to like do it the same way.
Like on the way we trigger the UAF?
Yeah, maybe go back to that.
Yeah, so I'll back up what we have here
Yeah.
and then restore backup 7. So you're suggesting
I don't remember how we do it.
so we set the packet 1 length. Let me get this.
Actually, I think packet 2 length should be the more relevant one.
Hex 28 for the packet 2 length.
Huh.
So let me verify, but I'm pretty sure. One sec.
Oh.
Right. So we wrote a function to fragment a whole packet into 2 packets, and we allowed a split size to be passed for where that happens. So we can just pass in like a large packet and split wherever we want. The way I wrote this.
Oh, how do we call that?
It's called right here on 629. So you can see I just passed like a bunch of A's and B's, like 10 of them, and then I split it 4. So
So can you increase the size of packet data then? Just double and then don't change anything.
I was just gonna make it so that we can just like, how many elements do you want in it? We can go up to like 60 if you want, or however many.
Just double what we have already.
Okay.
20 should be good.
All right, so that's packet data, and then do you want to split it the same size for, I guess?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see if that does anything.
So this we will get corruption again for sure. It's just a matter of trying not to trigger corruption more than once. Trying to strike that balance. I jinxed the shit out of it, didn't I? I said we would get corruption for sure, and it didn't happen. That might have been an old page load, though. It might have loaded before I changed it. Wait a second. That's uncommented. So why isn't it running? The sleep was uncommented too. Maybe the sleep needs to be added back. Maybe that's why it's not corrupting it. The corruption is shy, indeed. Okay, what? Did I saved the page, right? What's going on here? Why is it
How
not
many
triggering
bytes
all of a sudden?
did we have before?
Before we did 10 bytes. I changed it to 20.
Try changing it to 12.
One sec. Let me just verify something with this. Split size, packet data length minus split size. Yeah, I don't have any ties to the. Okay, let's try 12. Oops, wrong terminal. Okay. Yeah, 12 isn't triggering either. Let me try changing it back to 10 to see if something is.
Yeah.
Yep, 10 works immediately. Although, oh yeah, right here we got the 4-5 override. So we only got it once in this one. Like we didn't get the 4 1s through 4 5s anywhere else. There was corruption here, but they didn't really do anything. Like 4 pointed to E, and then E was just pointed to itself. So it was like basically no
wait.
corruption.
It is still corruption, though. We didn't. I mean, is it corruption or do we fuck it up?
I think
is it
there is corruption because at I0 it's pointing to B and it should be 0 here. So there's definitely like
I is B, B is the one we override. So this is as expected. But what's the other thing doing?
so this is 4 that points to E, which E is not corrupted at all, really. It's just the index was out of order.
No, but like the 4 is corrupted, so you have the 4 and E pointing both to the E buffer.
Yeah. Is corruption maybe the wrong way of thinking about it? Is it possible that it's sending out of order without the double free triggering, maybe? Like for some reason, did this E get slotted?
It does read E twice, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it reads it at 4 and it reads it at E. So I guess, yeah, you're right. That would lead to... It's not just out of order, it's in there twice. Yeah, that's so like.
Is that maybe a different side effect?
What do you? I think it would have to be caused by the double free, because if we uncomment that, then this doesn't happen. The indexes are always.
All right. What
like,
if we do, instead of 10 bytes, if we do 11 bytes?
Okay, try that.
Because in his POC it says that the RT header 2 needs to be larger than 8, not the fragment size.
There's something with his POC that, like, there's something with the RTHDRs that we're missing, I think. There's something specific about the RTHDR, because he calls set sock opt on them, I think, too.
Oh. What if 43 is the wrong value? It should be 1C.
For which, sorry?
So at the POC backup 8, where build RT header, where he sets the first value to 43, is it possible that that thing is different?
So this is what he's sending here in these packets with the RTHDR. Those are routing headers, right?
Oh yeah, it is.
So I'm not sure why he's using routing headers. I think that's integral to how he sets up the double free. I'm just not really certain how it ties in.
All right, how about we just leave the POC as we have it right now and stick in the UDP packet.
Just keep it at 10 and slot the UDP packet in.
Just keep it at 10, just slop in the UDP and see if we can do some memory leak.
So we'll have to send it multiple times, but that's fine.
But make sure to change the... So first, before we trigger the use after free, we want to send a bunch of fragments.
Before we trigger
Like
the UF. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Like basically the first fragment we want to send a couple times.
So the same like first fragment of the UAF you're saying? Just to send that multiple times?
No, not that
Or...
one. The UDP one.
Oh, okay, I see. So where did I put that packet? That was the send fragmented packets. This one here. So we want to send the first one before the UAF. So like right here. And you want to send that a couple times, right?
Yes. And make sure to change the 1337 each time.
Yeah.
And you did not put the send fragmented packet function above it.
Didn't I? I thought I moved that already. Oh no, I didn't. I guess I did that on backup 8. Okay. Good point. I will move all of these. Yeah, okay. We'll move that up to... Move it up here. That should work, I think. Because I copied that with it. The address is the only other thing that I'm not sure if I brought up. But I will check that now. Yeah, I didn't bring that up. Okay. Okay. So that should be brought up now. This should work. So we send the first fragment multiple times. And then we UAF.
Oh, do instead of the 1337, do something else, because 1338 we already use. Oh, we don't use it up actually, do we? That was the other POC. Yeah, never mind. So that should work.
Although I think fragment packet uses it. Let me just double check. What does it use for the ident? We control that. Fragment packet is called here. We call that with... Oh, no, that's a different... Yeah, I call it with 1337 here. So let me just change it to like 4040 here or something. Or 5050. There we go. Now we don't have to worry about it. Alright, so again, send the first fragment, UAF, and then we send the rest of the fragments in the restv loop. Is that what you're thinking? In here?
Yes.
Okay.
But now, like the other part.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I have that in a comment. Yeah, this one here. So we triggered. We'll do it after the sleep, probably. We do need to send it after the UDP data, though.
Wait, what?
Sorry, I was just jumping around looking at where I was. All right, so in here is where we send it. We just need to make sure this matches how many we send, right? Because the identifiers need to be the same, I think. So we'll do... we send it 20 times, I think. Or how many times did we send it up here?
5?
No, we sent it 10. Yeah, 10. Okay.
Also in line 882, yeah, it should be J, exactly.
Yeah. All right, let's give it a shot. See if we can get it to run. Oh, I did forget to restart the console. You were on fire, guys. Let's do this. Console's gonna be on fire if I keep turning it on and off, probably. One day I think it will actually die. Kernel panics. I think it'll just be like...
You're fine using JavaScript. It's not like you're using C++.
That's true. If I was using C++, it would have exploded when it panicked. It's like sending virtual missiles. Aren't you tired? I'm sure Teamstar is probably pretty tired.
Yeah, I am. I am curious to see what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I think this will probably be our last test for the night. In between streams, I'm gonna try to fix up WebKit so it's not so bullshit. Yeah, I might try to like clean up code a little bit too, or something, or maybe like mess around a little bit in between the streams, but we'll see. While it's booting, actually, when do you want to do another stream?
Good question.
So I imagine we'll probably be wrapping up soon. I'm like extraordinarily hungry because we're at 5.5 hours now. So.
Oh yeah. I guess maybe next week again.
Okay. I'd probably be down with that too because I think Z and I we might want to try to do like a discussion video or something this week. I'm not sure. 6 hour break, then stream again. You're brutal. You must work at a fagman company, Z. You work at Amazon or something? Z's an Amazon manager in disguise.
Where's my parcel?
Got lost on the way.
Fucking UDP.
Left on your doorstep. No doorbell ring. No door knock. It got stolen by porch pirates. That's how it works in Canada, anyway. At least sometimes. Hey Spectre, at what point are you at in the adventure? We've got an exploit strategy like mostly worked out. It's just trying to figure out the nuances of why like corruption seems to be happening more than it should be. On that note, time to test. This is real hacker stuff right here. This is the Matrix. So we... Whoa, wait, what? Whoa. Okay, weird shit definitely happened. Okay, let's go up. Let's read this.
What happened?
So it's a little bit messy because I have the dumping and the fragmented packets. I could probably strip that out actually. So here, we're all good. We're normal.
Wait, why is it dumping the fragmented packet if it's normal? Oh, it says corruption I2, okay. Yeah, because it's first sending and then it's saying that we corrupted. That's fine.
Yeah, so corruption I2, and it points to index 4.
Yeah.
Index 3 has corruption at 6. 4
Yeah,
is
but...
41414141.
Oh, that's perfect.
Because that's from that's from the fragmented packet, right?
Yes, it is.
Because we set the... Was that the first part of the second part that we set the 4 ones? Oh, right up here in the first part. And then the second part completed the first packet header. Right, okay. So, yeah, and then 6 we also corrupted, which was set to just 60, which is probably just unlucky or something. And then the rest I think are all fine. Yeah. But this seems to match up, right? Like this is like, you know what I'm gonna do actually, just to make sure, because we did use 4 ones before. I'm gonna change this to 6 ones. But I'm pretty sure that we got an overlap there. We are definitely gonna crash, yeah, as expected. Sorry, we will run one more test. I know it's getting really late for you.
Oh, we're like almost done actually. So then what we need to do I'm wondering though, mm, can we even spray with more packets? I think there's a reason that he uses set sock opt for spraying rather than sending just regular packets.
Could have to do with how the extended header works.
Because honestly, I would have assumed when we overlap with useful shit that we don't see the payload data, but instead kernel memory, which we
Yeah.
don't. So I assume we have like a wrong premises.
Yeah, I was thinking we would either leak kernel data, or if we reversed it and smashed the thing instead of leaking it, that we would get a panic with like trying to write to unmapped page or something like that, to write to the 6 ones or whatever. Um, so we're overlapping. We're just not overlapping in the exact spot we want to. You are partially written in Rust in all your blood. Let me just verify that this is overlapping the way we think it is. I'm pretty sure it is. I just want to do a sanity check. Because I use 4 ones a lot. I really love A's, but I probably use them more than I should. I should probably start trying to use more different variables. Okay, this one I don't... This one didn't corrupt, I don't think. Yeah, this one didn't corrupt. So maybe I can run it again. Nope, I can't run it again. Fuck. Alright. Let's try one more test. We will hit 30 kernel panics, at least. We're hitting goals. I'm assuming the fact that 4th is pointing to 414141 is a good thing. It is good. It means we're getting corruption. It's not exactly the corruption we were hoping to get, but it is corruption nonetheless.
And the other thing we haven't figured out yet is why he frees both overlaps and then receives the delayed packet. This doesn't really make sense to me.
I'm gonna have to ask Seko or whatever to try to get more information on what he was talking about on the per CPU caches, because I really do not see how that factors in, especially on not on FreeBSD 9. It seems on FreeBSD 12 there are some API functions to do like per CPU stuff, but on 9 it doesn't seem like those exist. So unless PS4 has some kind of specific implementation for that, I don't really know how that's working or what's going on there. So I'll have to see if I can get more information there. Light just went out again. We're in hacker mode. I gotta go get the hoodie on. White, like, bright screens, hoodie, no lights on. We could be in Mr. Robot with the setup right now. Till the light comes back on. Then we're out of here. Alright. Let's check if we're booted. Okay, we're booted, at least.
Yeah, we might need to check on the set sock opt for next stream.
Yep, we could look into it. Okay, I think there was some corruption here, but let's see what it was.
Oh shit, there is some.
Okay, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 we had corruption on 37. And 8 we had corruption on 38. So let's look at 37 and 38 real quick. 37.
So only the first one will actually over. Oh yes, this is perfect.
What's perfect, sorry? What are you saying that I'm not?
Because only the first one will actually, like, the first corruption will actually send the correct bytes and overwrite. Not the second one. So the first one you see is at which one?
37 I think was where we had the first corruption. Or 38.
Yeah, but I mean which
So yeah.
Oh, the sevens.
So
This
index
the
6 had the 37,
The 6.
and then index 8 had the 38.
Yeah, so only the 6th one is relevant because the 8 one sending the packets doesn't do shit anymore.
Yeah. But why is it just leaking a single byte of hex 60? That's really damn annoying. Like, I'm writing 61s in the payload, so it's not from that. And it was hex 60 before when I was writing 4 1s as well. So, what is, like...
Oh, it was 60 before?
I think so. I can actually undo to go back, because it's not IDA.
No, just leave it.
No,
so
no,
basically, what we want to do next is, as soon as we before we had 41, didn't we?
Before we had 41s, we had that overlap at index 4. And then we had the 60 at 6.
Oh, so that was the expected packet.
So here, where did we have our first corruption? We had our first corruption at 2, which pointed to 4, which when we went to 4 was the 4 1s. The 60 was pointed to by the corruption at index 3. So it seems the first corruption in the first case was the 4 1s, and the second was the 60. In this case, the first corruption didn't really give us anything, I don't think. Because this pointed to 37, and then 37 was... Oh, the first one was the 60, actually, in the second case. And then the second corruption was nothing. It was the... like, pointing to itself thing.
Wait, so which one is that we're looking at right now? Is it the first or the second?
This one's the most recent one.
Okay. So we're getting 60. Is that potentially a data leak?
I'm edging towards no because it leaked 60 in both of them. in both runs. And that seems really unlikely that it would, like, unless it's leaking something that's very, very, like, consistently at the same spot in memory, I guess, which is
Yeah, I think
possible.
so. Think so.
Actually, okay, so what would it be leaking? If it was leaking something, it would be leaking the first byte of the extended header, right? So,
Maybe. So there's potentially a size stored somewhere, I assume.
let me just take a quick look at mbuff. Oh god. Shit. Where is it? There it is. mbuff. So this is the header. And okay, here's the structure. So packet header and then extended. mxext is what I think we would be leaking. And the first member of that is ext buffer, so that shouldn't be hex 60, I don't think. That should be something else. That should be an address. So maybe we're not leaking what I was hoping we were.
What do you mean? What if the lowest byte of the address is 60?
But we should be leaking 4 bytes, not 1 byte. So if it's 60, if we're
Not
just getting 60, it
not
should be 0, 0,
not
0, 0, 0, 0,
necessarily.
60.
Not necessarily. Because so the size is not necessarily 4 anymore. Because it may be smashed or maybe used from whatever was before there.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, we do have some form of overlap. It's just a matter of trying to bend it into a way that works. I think the primitives we developed today were useful. We learned a lot about Sleer's Govi's POC and how it works. The only thing I don't understand is how the routing headers factor in. Like, he's corrupting something with routing headers. I just don't know what. So maybe I can try looking at that more over the next little bit.
Yeah, maybe.
But
Oh.
so yeah,
I feel like because I feel like we triggering the use after feed twice, which may be problematic depending on how we're gonna exploit.
yeah. I think that's probably where we'll stop doing testing and stuff, though, because it's really late. We'll probably wrap it up here in a minute. So we'll probably be back next week. Just gotta find out exactly when that will be, because DC Lab Gaming coming in with 3 tier 1 subs. Welcome in MGR Legend, Free Weber, and Flats. Flats got a sub. Hell yeah. Welcome in, everyone. Thank you for the gifts, dude. Yeah, so we're definitely triggering overlap. It's really weird that we leaked the UDP packet data and not the header in that first test.
Yeah, but I think that might be like in the second one we just got more lucky. I think at that point we do exactly the same. So with the first bad address, we get the index of the second bad address. So once we get that and spray this UDP packet, we know exactly when to overwrite. Oh yeah, so basically we do like the tagged spray and then find the first one with the corrupt index. So as soon as we find it, we need to spray the UDP packet and then keep freeing until the corrupted index. Because then when we read the corrupted index, which we know, we essentially leak something from the UDP packet, and at that point in time, we need to again spray with whatever we're going to override the UDP packet with, and then we can receive the UDP packet, which we can do similar to Slayer's Govy, like receiving it on a different socket, and then we're pretty much done.
Okay, so do we want to maybe write out like where we want to go for the next stream? So, sorry, can you just iterate over that again? I know you just spouted it. Sorry, but I just want to write it down for when we get to the next stream.
Okay, so we trigger the use after free.
Yep.
We spray tagged mbuffs.
Yep.
Then we look for overlapping mbuffs with, as soon as we read an mbuff which doesn't have its own index, it will have the index of the other buffer. Right? So we remember that index.
Yep.
So as soon as we find like one with pointing somewhere else, we spray TCP UDP packet.
The second half.
Yeah, exactly, the second half.
Okay.
And then we keep reading until we reach the recorded index.
Yep. And then when we get there,
and then we get there, we read the record index and then spray with controlled data.
Okay.
And by that time, we override the EDP packet and can do similar to what Slayer's Govy does, like make it point to a different socket. And then we can then receive it on a different socket since we overrode the destination socket in kernel memory. And by doing so, we trigger the
sorry, where are we getting control of the socket? Because we would be hitting MEXT, right?
Oh, if you look at the annotated version of his exploit.
Yep.
So basically, remember that he sends the delayed packet in line 353 to SOC's bed 1. So basically the port of the bed 1 socket.
Mm-hmm.
But later in line 399, he in kernel memory overrides the destination socket to bed 2. So now the packet isn't actually queued on socket bed 1, but instead it is queued on socket bed 2. And when he then in line 420 reads from socket bed 2, that triggers the actual exploit.
Yeah. So I'm just ext arg1. I just want to know what this is, I guess, what mbuff plus hex 68 is, if that's pointing into the extended header. Oh, this here, I guess. Optional argument pointer. That's what he's smashing there. So he's setting an argument in the extended header to point to a fake mbuff. I don't know how this argument is used. I can look into that. I'm not going to do that on stream because we're already like approaching like 6 hours. But okay, I see what you're saying. And
maybe it is just passed. Maybe I'm just tripping, and that's not true. And it is just passed. Oh, it's passed to his kernel payload for cleanup. So I was wrong.
On the on 420.
On 269. Yeah, may have been just wrong. It seems like he just passes that argument for his kernel payload for proper cleanup.
Oh, I see. So that he doesn't crash when he leaves the browser or something, probably. So he sets up he sets up the argument for the cleanup call. Okay, I see that. That makes sense. But I think your strategy still works out, right? Spraying the tag
All
buffers,
right, so
searching,
one
reading.
one thing I still don't understand yet is why is he able to read from bed 1 socket and bed 2 socket twice?
The pop M buff. So this is where I think you said earlier where you think this one fails, like it doesn't do anything because the packet isn't in there yet.
No, I think that assumption may be wrong, because my assumption was that he overrides the destination in kernel memory, but that's also wrong. It's just the argument to his cleanup. So if that's not actually an override, then it's still in two, like in both things here. How is that the case?
Is he allocating the second packet or second socket to the double free? No, because the double free is not on a like on the general allocator. It's on M buffs, and sockets aren't allocated as M buffs. M buffs are used for messages. So he does somehow get corruption of a socket object. I think like that has to make sense for how this works. I don't know how he gets there, but I think we'll probably try to do more analysis of his POC off stream. That way we'll be able to make more progress on the next stream. Um, but I still think the strategy is worth keeping in mind. Was there anything else that we wanted to add into here to remember for next week?
Let's see. Read until recorded IDX. Read spray controlled data. I mean, then we just kind of need to
We need to
read
somehow
the other,
exfil that data.
yeah, somehow trigger the exploit, then like trigger the trigger.
Trigger that controlled data to be used. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So ideally, what you're trying to do is overwrite the UDP packet, right? So when you do that, like here currently, we never read out the UDP packet. I don't think we just send it. So when we
Oh
read the
yeah.
UDP
So
packet, that will
step
trigger.
6 should be steps. Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So I will save those. Just make those notes for next stream. Hopefully, I don't lose that file. No, I won't. It's all good. But yeah, I think we figured some stuff out today. Um, exploitation is tricky. I should tell you before we go, as like something you can chuckle with to go to sleep. There's somebody in the Open Orbis Discord who told me there's no way that anybody or that we're experts when it comes to exploitation because an expert would be able to accurately predict when they will finish. I thought that was a good one. That's like telling a book author that they're shit if they can't estimate when they're going to be able to release their next book. That was a good one. I thought I'd share it with you for some fun. But yeah, I mean, I'll reiterate for people in chat. When you're doing exploit dev, there's a lot of different twists and turns and rabbit holes and shit you can go down. You can't estimate how much time that takes. So
I think estimating like literally anything in general is a pretty high value skill. Not everyone can do that.
yeah, this was neat. This was really cool. Glad you liked the DC Lab. So yeah, I think we'll wrap it up here. We will be back again next week. I don't know if we have a day nailed down. We can probably nail that down closer to the end of the week, and then we'll
Sounds
announce
good.
it. So yeah, we'll be back again next week. We do have the podcasts on Mondays for anybody that might be interested in that. We do them at 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Pacific. If you want to check those out, Z and I do them every week. Although I think uh, in 2 weeks, I think after next week's, we will be skipping one. But yeah, we'll talk about that on next week's, I guess. Um, We also Z also put up that blog post. I will quickly shout that out again too. I think I closed it because I'm an idiot, but I'll get it up. Yeah, getting started with exploit development. Anybody who's interested in that, you can check that out as well. But yeah, with that said, I think Z has a raid target which we can send people over to. So I'll put it on the BRB screen while we're raiding. If anybody wants to stick around, Z, who are we still good for the raid? I know that was a little while ago. Ironhead Webby. Okay, cool. All right, we will see you guys all next week, and we'll see you then.